Exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance.
This is House Call for Health. What helps to get you feeling festive? For those of legal drinking age, a little eggnog or mulled wine could help set the holiday mood. But with a growing sector of the population moving towards alcohol-free options, more people may be choosing to abstain from drinks at bars or house parties this season. And a recent study suggests many of those folks no longer feel the need to provide an excuse. The study from Heineken 0.0 in partnership with Sober Curious author Ruby Warrington finds 72% of people feel comfortable turning down alcohol without feeling judged. Analysts also found 67% think it's not cool to ask why someone is abstaining. And while a previous study from Heineken revealed this mindset was popular with members of Gen Z, they say other generations are rapidly following. 90% of people saying they would support their friend in choosing a low or alcohol-free drink. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
High stakes over the holidays. I'm John Saucier, Fox News. After meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at his resort in Palm Beach, Florida, President Trump called up Russian President Vladimir Putin for a possible chance to try and find an end to this war between Russia and Ukraine. The president discussing how that call went with the Russian leader.
As quickly as we can, but there has to be a disarmament, that we have to disarm with.
During the meeting between President Trump and Zelensky, the world leaders explained they made major progress, that is, in a 20-point peace plan while discussing issues of our territory, ceasefire terms, and Ukrainian approval. Today, it is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu who is meeting with President Trump as those two discuss the second phase of this peace deal in Gaza. It's held up so far, but they're getting onto the part where they rebuild Gaza with the international volunteers. Back to Ukraine, President Trump and President Zelensky say they are confident a deal can be reached to end the war with Russia. The United States reportedly has offered security guarantees to Ukraine for a 15-year period, although Ukraine prefers a commitment of up to 50 years from the United States to deter another potential Russian invasion. Charlie Kirk's alleged killer back in court Monday for a motion hearing in Utah County. Here's Fox's Jeff Manasso.
In a motion hearing in Utah County, Judge Tony Graff Jr. ruling
the public has a presumptive right to access court records.
That transcripts of previous closed hearings in the Tyler Robinson case can be released with some redactions on issues that include court security. That audio of the closed hearings will also be released. The judge ruling that a media request to entitle press to notification of future closed court proceedings or sealed documents is denied, saying only the prosecution and defense are parties in the case. Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin is back in court January 16th. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
America is listening to Fox News.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
China's military staging a massive drill called Justice Mission 2025 as the island of Taiwan prepared to repel a potential attack. Fox's Stephanie Bennett has the latest.
Codenamed Justice Mission 2025, the drills are taking place days after the U.S. approved a $11.1 billion arms sale to Taiwan, which includes drones, HIMARS, and ATACMS, similar to what the U.S. has provided to Ukraine. China conducted military drills around Taiwan Monday, calling it a stern warning against external interference forces. They dispatched air, navy, and rocket troops to take part, with drills likely to continue Tuesday. Taiwan said it's placing its forces on high alert and called the Chinese government the biggest destroyer of peace. On Friday, China's Communist Party imposed sanctions against 20 U.S. defense-related companies and 10 executives. Japan says its military could get involved if China were to take action against Taiwan. In London, Stephanie Bennett, Fox News.
Stephanie, thank you. Thousands of flights have been canceled because of the winter weather, including severe winds and freezing conditions across parts of the Midwest and into the Northeast. Fox Business Network's Kelly Saberi is at Chicago O'Hare International Airport with the latest.
3,600 cancellations across the country just over this weekend. If you're flying out of Minneapolis, Buffalo, Atlanta, Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago, these airports have the most delays and cancellations. Right now across the country, that's totaling to over 2,400 delays and over 500 cancellations. TSA thought they may break records for the number of passengers screened in one single day this holiday week, but so far they have not. The Sunday after Thanksgiving was when we broke a record that was 3.1 million passengers screened in one single day.
According to AAA, more than 122 million Americans expected to travel at least 50 miles away from home between December 20th and January 1st. Looking at that FlightAware.com misery map says Chicago O'Hare has the most delays and cancellations. And please double check your travel plans. I'm John Saucier, and this is Fox News.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girl, live on Guam. Angel, the original cover girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the queen of dance, EDM, and freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez.
The radio plays our favorite song, and it's what keeps me holding on. Baby, do you miss me?
Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net. JCB and Ken Micronesia, Inc. present the third annual Tomodachi Run Walk, hosted by Japanese International Academy of Guam. Mark your calendar, Sunday, January 11th at UOG. Register early and save. Early bird pricing ends December 31st. Bring your family and friends. Group discounts for participants for just $60. Everybody's got a chance to win our grand prize, a trip to Japan. First 300 finishers will receive a special Run Guam original t-shirt. Enjoy a tasty treat at the finish line. Free Inari Sushi, courtesy of Dun Dun Donkey. Walk, jog, or run. Everyone's welcome. Come, make wonderful memories together with the Japanese International Academy of Guam.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Afternoon, good morning, Guam at 6:07 on Tuesday, December 30. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A woman is facing a felony drug charge after police found meth inside a pouch with a blunt label. 33-year-old Jenilyn Dimla Flores was pulled over Sunday night for driving 40 miles per hour in a 15-mile-per-hour zone. During the stop, an officer spotted a black bag on the floor labeled "All My Drug Stuff." Police say Flores appeared extremely nervous while looking for her identification. After she consented to a search, officers found 2 bags of meth weighing nearly 1 gram and a glass pipe. Flores was charged yesterday with possession of a controlled substance. Meanwhile, residents have until January 26 to comment on several new facilities planned for Marine Corps Base Camp Blaz. The proposed projects include a multi-use recycling center, a waste transfer station, and an administrative building. These projects are part of the military's requirement to consult with the public on historic preservation. Community members can review the plans online or visit the Guam Historic Resources Division in Agana Heights for a printed copy. Comments must be submitted via email to the U.S. Navy. Find the email address on guampdn.com. We'll have more news after this. Guam's crisis response teams are seeing a rise in mental health emergencies this holiday season. The mobile crisis response team reports that 4 in 10 interventions now involve people thinking about suicide or homicide. Officials say the 988 Lifeline receives about 400 calls every month. About 60% of all crisis calls are linked to PTSD, relationship issues, or aggression. While many cases are stabilized at home, nearly 26% of people require a higher level of care. The crisis team encourages neighbors and employers to call 988 if they see someone in distress. And the Guam Chamber of Commerce is expressing cautious optimism for the economy in 2026. Representative Ernie Galito says 2025 was a difficult year marked by high inflation and the closure of major businesses like the Hard Rock Cafe and DFS. But new defense spending and the construction of data centers are providing hope for a recovery. Galito also credited the government for lowering the business privilege tax from 5% to 4%. Local companies, including telecoms, malls, and coffee shops, are expanding or reinvesting. The chamber will hold a formal economic outlook forum on January 15 to discuss military spending and tourism. And those were your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
And I'm checking to see if she's got a Facebook page.
Day.
What?
I bet her middle name is Renee.
Wait. I'm just checking.
It's Crystal.
Because there.
It's crystal meth.
Yes.
Oh
my God.
No, it's not. Are you serious?
Yeah,
it is.
Crystal with a Z.
Oh, then she does have. Wait. She does.
Kidding.
She does have a Facebook page. Wait.
Well, I hope she gets help.
There's actually we've got a bunch of
fix her.
If we got a bunch of mutual friends, this is amazing.
God, we're chipping in bail money already?
Yes.
What the heck?
I had this fantasy about doing a GoFundMe. I was thinking about doing a fantasy about a GoFundMe. Okay, let's put this together in our head. It's a Christmas miracle. It's a holiday miracle. You guys know what we're talking about, right? Okay, Jenna Lynn Crystal Flores, who got busted for possession of crystal methamphetamine in a pullover where she appeared nervous. Now, the thing that catches my eye on this is it's number one, it's a girl in trouble. We got problems with crystal methamphetamine. So many girls in trouble as a result of crystal methamphetamine. And now we got this pretty girl is going to be pretty girl for New Year's in the jailhouse. Unless something else comes up. Yeah. So, anyway, so it goes back to one of the things that I think my cousin Freddie needs to do over at the DOC, and that is raise some money for the new prison that they want to build by issuing the hot prison chicks, hot DepCorp chicks. And we could start with her. We put her on the cover for January. You know what I'm saying? We get Herman Chrysostomo.
You made it.
We get Herman Chrysostomo or one of the Pika's best photographers go out there and glam them up, in the orange outfit. It is orange, right?
Yeah.
Or they wear white scrubs.
It depends.
Okay,
on the level.
We'll see what we. I'm just saying, we got to put something else together because otherwise it's boring here. I don't have any good octopus stories or anything. Partly sunny in the forecast today with highs near 86 degrees. Some isolated showers following. We'll go to the radar imagery. Bye, and take a look at some of these isolated showers that are going to be falling on us most of today. Northeast winds 9 to 15 miles an hour. Could see some gusts as high as 18 miles an hour. You know what the gust that we had yesterday did? Did I tell you?
your tarp?
No, it didn't pull the tarp down. There was a tree. This is going to take a second for me to tell. So I told you Frank the Crank gave me my machete back, right? And it was Shinar. And I said, great, because I got to go. And there's a tree in the back that is growing too close to a retaining wall, so I got to knock it down. Anyway, so I'm chop, 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 and I hear it start to creak. And then it dawned on me. It's one of these fantail trees. Anyway, it dawned on me. This thing is like 30 feet tall, and if it falls in the wrong direction, it'll either destroy my neighbor's house or my house. And so I had John Uggan come by the place to bring the thing down the correct way.
Yeah.
But so in between it was up when I was taking a nap, and then I took my nap, and there was a wind gust that was just hard enough to topple what was left standing on the tree, and by some miracle, by grace of God, it fell in exactly the right spot where it did absolutely no damage to anything. And it was cool to watch John do the work here and haul the rest of it out. So where was I?
John.
Mostly cloudy in the forecast for tonight, with overnight lows of about 77 degrees, mostly sunny, highs near 85. Tomorrow, we see some gusts again, about 18 miles an hour, partly cloudy tomorrow night. New Year's Day. Yeah. You know what? Maybe I'm going to save this. Maybe I'll just save the forecast for New Year's. I don't know. I don't have Landon. I don't have Landon or Brandon on the list, but I just want to build up a little bit of anticipation on what New Year's is going to end up looking like. With the heat index today is going to feel like 92 degrees. There's a 20% chance of rain. High surf and rip current warnings are in effect right now. I'd just like to go surfing with Gentlemen. Wouldn't that be fun? Anyway, sunset tonight's going to be 6:04. Sunrise not until 6:43, so rather dark skies still over at the eastern side of the island, over by where Jeff's Pirates Cove is. He sent some of those in. I'll see if he's got some updated pictures. Wait. Could be. Yes, an updated picture of sunrise from Pirates Cove. Stand by. Ba-bam. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You can tell it's Pirates Cove because it's got the thing that says Jeff's Pirates Cove on it. Anyway, 6:14, there it is. News and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for over 70 years.
It's back. Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Hey, the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And big shouts to Greg and Gianna and everybody over at Take Care.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Song play. It's only got like another 7 minutes left, right? This like remix version of it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's 12-inch?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Hey, 617, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you as we bring you another satisfying, fascinating journey into the minds of the people of Guam here as we explore today's major headlines and big stories, and even some of the small stuff that's floating around here, although there are some hints of rather large stories that we're going to need to uncover, including this one from Nestor Lecanto from the Guam Daily Post. Japanese media. Okay, they're not the only ones that are reporting this. Japanese media reporting potential change in the U.S. Marine relocation. To which we all go, wait, what? Huh? We're
they're pumping the brakes.
But for
Or they're fast forwarding.
Is it because the Chinese and Taiwan and maybe we need to keep an eye on? I don't know. There's, as I said, there's a couple of stories. I'll hint a little bit of this one. U.S. Marine Corps has modified its reorganization plan to move a unit in Okinawa to Guam, according to Japan's Kyoto News Friday. The newspaper reported the modification was to enable the Marines to maintain deterrence against China with a potential Taiwan contingency in mind. And so I think the thinking is if we need to send in a particular unit of Marines, better if we have them in Okinawa, which is, if you look at a map, closer to Taiwan than Guam is. It cites an October 2025 update in the U.S. strategic document Force Design, which states that the 4th Marine Regiment, based in Nago, Okinawa, will be retained in the Marine Corps 3 Marine Expeditionary Force as a reinforced Marine Infantry Regiment. Does that make sense to any non-Marines out there that might be listening to the broadcast?
Sure does.
I'm missing Klitsky. Get.
It's a chess move.
It's not clear how the retention of the 4th Marine Regiment, or 4th Marines, will impact the number of troops that are to be relocated to Guam. A full Marine regiment typically consists of between 2,000 and 3,000 personnel. The regiment was planned to be moved to Guam and remodeled into a smaller-size littoral regiment capable of flexibly deploying small groups of Marines to remote islands for securing footholds to attack enemies. And the 4th Marines is one of 5 major subordinate components of the 3MEF, U.S. Marine Corps' primary forward deployed force in the Indo-PACOM. According to the website, the 3MEF is the nucleus of a joint and coalition stand-in force within the First Island chain. In crisis, it provides in-place response forces to secure allies and partners while deterring adversary aggression. The Force Design Update, which is posted on the official U.S. Marine Corps website, states that we determined through a campaign of learning that 2 Marine Littoral Regiments and the 1 Reinforced Marine Infantry Regiment in 3MEF is the optimal force composition to meet 3MEF's mission and objectives. The Corps has told Kyoto News that the retention of the regiment aligns with our commitment to support allies and partners with communicating to adversaries that the Marine Corps is postured to take consequential action to maintain peace and stability in the region. And then it goes on to talk about the distinction distance-wise. Guam here, Okinawa there, Taiwan there. Kyoto, another news feed. The U.S. military has decided to abandon the plan to withdraw its 4th Marine Corps unit from Okinawa, unit intended for small-scale operations on small islands near Taiwan in the event of a military conflict in the region. Another story along those very, very same lines. I think I got there's one. I don't know that I printed it out. I might have.
Man, it's heating up.
What was one of the stories? The Chinese are doing drills, practicing a blockade of Taiwan, like right now as we speak. And didn't the Abraham Lincoln just stop by for a visit, check on the girls at Club USA?
Load up some bombs.
I think so. 621.
Hey, I'm just kidding.
Gonna be an interesting couple of days here, aren't you? You know what? I should have. Well, John was at the house yesterday, ground tech, right? When he was at the house yesterday, I probably should have had him dig the bomb shelter.
Put some MREs down there, too.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Anyway, so we'll obviously chase some more of this stuff up and down. There's some very, very interesting stories that are floating around. What's that? Hey, Ray sent you, what is that? Josh Cadahay sent you something on WhatsApp. Cool, John. I appreciate that. Sent something on the WhatsApp. Wait, let me get started with the rules of engagement. 888-8255, 888-TALK. That's the telephone number here at the radio station. 671-888-8255. Real Joe gets the phone because it will ring and it blinks there and he can't stand it. It interrupts his PTSD or something like that. And so he's got to take some kind of action. And you won't be on hold very long because we like to get to the calls as quick as possible because there's too much to chew on most days. If you've got something to say, but you don't necessarily need to call in, you're free to use the WhatsApp. So you can send that images like Jeff's pictures from Pirates Cove or that picture of Jenilyn with the Facebook. No, I'm serious. I'll show you. I will show you the thing. I don't know if I'm gonna, but because I don't want to get anybody else in trouble. But I realize that we've got a lot of mutual friends. Is it possible that one of those last Christmas I gave you my heart parties? The room with friends.
Oh man, we
with
partied
tired
together.
eyes, right? Had we partied together
we
before?
partied together.
In the past. 7978255 is the number for the meme machine. So images, videos, audio, whatever it is that you want to send. If you send audio, I got to send it to Joe, and Joe can listen to it because I can't audition the thing in real time. But you never know. So that's the way to do all of that. Real Joe 888-8255 will get me some Bitcoin numbers a little bit later on. Donna D is going to take care of news and headlines. Lots of interesting stuff that she is chasing down for you. So I don't want you to touch that dial. Don't want you to move any particular thing. So Stephen Liz says, no, Joshua says, I sent you something on the WhatsApp. Okay, I'll look for that in just a second. And then Stephen Liz likewise also sent me a thing on the WhatsApp based on yesterday's incredible news story. Stephen Liz and their prediction for politics in 2026, a landslide, an octopus landslide. That's what's going to be happening. Good job with the AI. Appreciate that. Thailand Guam 2026 election. Octopus landslide. We were originally thinking that the Ada and EJ thing, the Ada and Calvo thing was going to be a landslide, and we'd use the background of the actual landslide in East Agania as part of the narrative as they were trying to get votes. Looks like there's another opportunity to do all of this stuff. The octopus landslide is on the way. It's not going to be a red wave. It's going to be an octopus wave. That's what eight hands waving at you at the same time. I'm just you may have yesterday I was giving you a whole lot of guff about it, but is it possible that maybe you've got an anchor now to renew the launch of the Ada Calvo political campaign, or is it possible that maybe Josh and Tina are looking at that saying, yeah, we got to come up with a smart and intelligent animal that we can ban the farming of at some point. We got to jump into this. We can't let this go unopposed and unanswered. Here with the tactical words. You got Frank and what's his name, Johnny Mofnas out there trying to come up with some way to respond to the octopus deal from yesterday. Anyways, you can tell I'm rather excited because it's the holidays. I don't know about you. Got a couple of plans already set for New Year's. And I've got a couple of things in my head about 2025. Some of that I shared with you yesterday, and maybe some thoughts about 2026. But there's other movers and shakers and headline makers that I want to talk to about what they think they have been through in 2025 and where they think Guam might be headed in 2026. What with the election happening and all of that. So what are the good things that an election year are going to be bringing to all of the people of Guam, not just the lucky winners of the Gov Guam lottery that got jobs in the administration. 6:25 in the morning. Lots and lots to get to. And I'll let me see if I can. While the song is playing, I'm going to see if I can find that thing that Mr. Dizon sent in to the radio station. But here's a song for all of our octopus lovers here.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Oh no, sorry, it's not coming up. The response I'm getting when I plug the URL into the thing says invalid URL. Sorry about that. I'll try again a little bit later on because I'm sure it's cool. It came from ChatGPT, and all the good stuff is coming from ChatGPT and Grok and etc. here over the airwaves. Where are we? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not used to seeing a blank screen here. So at number one here this morning, it's not Auntie Bennett. It is not EOD Kaboom. At number one this morning is Carlene Harker. Said, yeah, good job. Who? Exactly. Lori with a Y Duenas is checking in. There's more from her. She's again saying good morning to Ken. There's plenty of Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas saying good morning to all of her favorite Republicans. Stephen Liz, we are preparing for an octopus landslide 2026 gubernatorial election. There's Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsu off of Ken Augustin. There's EOD Kaboom saying, hey, good morning, Guam. Last Tuesday of the year, make it count. The Sarita Garin is online saying, magandang umaga to the point, familia. Nice to see you there. Stephen Blake.
real guy.
Saying good afternoon,
good morning,
JM,
guy.
and good morning to everybody else. Nice to see you hanging out in the machine.
For the poo.
Francis Duffy, we're all strong because of Eric Chong. Let me see Jane Nauta hanging out into place. Where do we sign up for the Point T-shirts, Ray? Says EOD Kaboom.
Oh, wow, they're expensive these
we don't
days,
have
bro.
any T-shirts.
We have a couple.
And
the bidding starts at what, Ray?
Closest thing I got is I want to say the Wounded Warrior Ride.
Okay.
And one of the ones that the Got Your Back 671 for the one that we did for Liberation, they have our logos on it. We
but
support
he wants a very special Ray Gibson.
a very special 93.3 Ray Gibson show. Yeah. All right. Tell you what, I'm going to make this somebody else's assignment because if I do it, it will be the Point logo, my name, and it will be a sign held up by thick Filipinas in bikinis. You know how I am,
Wow,
so
I want
we're
one
looking
of those.
look for something a little bit more dignified. Maybe you could come up with it. Wow, turning 66 New Year's Eve. That's tomorrow, says Lori with a Y, Duenas. Yeah, well, happy 66th birthday to you on New Year's Eve tomorrow. Everybody will try to remember all of that stuff. Let me see, who else is there? Kahula Guam, Manana Sejua says Ken Augustin. Stephen Liz says, leave our octopuses alone. Hey, Ken Polino, nice to see you hanging out in the thing. Eddie Cruz, Sharky's online from Washington State, leaving tomorrow to return to paradise. Half a day from Washington State.
He's going to Hawaii.
No. No, people are leaving
I'm
Hawaii.
kidding.
There's a
It's all right over here, too.
I've got one of the big stories in the Hawaii Free Press this morning is talking about how it's like 70% of one section of the population it wants to leave. Well, they don't want to leave. It's just that they can't afford to live in the state anymore. Let me see who else is on. Oh, Joe Cruz, 1,000,000 Tomodachi's to you. I hope you get lucky today. Therese Uggan, Ali Malakas is online saying his good mornings. Bang Bang Niner Gang says Keenan McCausland. Thank you very much. It was a nail biter.
Dude, we're going to the ship.
It was. What ship is that, Joe?
The championship.
Hey. 40. It was 42-38. They were matched. They were matching each other up. I mean, quarter by quarter. I wasn't able to watch the game because I was supervising grounds tech in the backyard yesterday. But it was one of those things. I'd look at the phone every once in a while and go, "Oh my God, it's 14-14. Oh my God, it's 21-21." I think it was like 35-35. It was they were matching each other up, and the stats said that was likely to happen, right? But it came down to the last 4 seconds of the game. The Bears have got the ball deep in Niner territory, and it's one of those games, right, where you think, okay, whoever's holding the ball at the last minute, they're going to do a Hail Mary pass or just kind of lob the ball over a massive 49ers, and one guy's going to catch it, and that's going to be the end of the game. Didn't happen. Weren't able to put the magic together. The Bears choked. Yes, we'll put it that way.
Sorry,
but that was interesting for me to just watch the numbers go by. And I swung by Moses last night because usually they'll have one of the sports whatever's showing the highlights, and I didn't see too many of the highlights for that game. So some of the other games must have been really juicy. Speaking of other games, there is at least one more NFL game today. That's the Rams and the Falcons. That will be at 11:15 this morning, and that's it for week number 17, week 18, where we see a few more interesting matchups here for folks that are going to be looking for actual playoff positions, including the Niners and the Seahawks next Monday, January the 5th. And this would be, this is a great lad and dad game on the 5th because with the exception of 5 schools, there's no school for DOE on Monday, January the 5th. Are you listening? Yeah, they got the. I'll give you the thing. I'll give you the 5 schools later on that are actually going to be in session. Where is that? Ismael Velez. Democrats claim that a Kamala Harris AOC ticket would win every state in the 2028 presidential election.
Oh, I kind of like it.
To which I say, yes, please run that ticket.
Let's do it.
I want you to run that ticket, please. Come on.
Does it matter
I want
anymore?
to get my 107 Days book autographed by a new woman president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. Stephen Liz, Keenan McCausland. That's her cackle. Josh Cadahay says, I think the Gov should activate the National Guard to hunt all these pigs. It's getting way out of hand. Says,
Oh, my
Josh.
God. Do we support the cops?
You know, no, not the.
Oh,
Joey,
the wild pigs.
Joey, don't you get me in trouble with the cops.
Those.
I swear to God. They're going to get mad at me for not
That's true. You're gonna
scolding
get
you
pulled
when
over,
you
man.
when you called them
Yeah,
pigs.
pull him over. Don't pull me over, man. I ain't carrying nothing.
Josh said it. Josh said it.
Does it count if you used to be a cop?
Does it count if your dad was a cop? I'm not taking any chances, Joey. Let me see. Who else have we got? Henry McLaughlin hanging out in the thing. Purdy doing the Dougie, says Keena. Right on. I got Auntie Bennett hanging out in here. Why in the world would we want to ban the harvesting of octopus? Aren't we trying to be self-sustainable through farming and fishing? Sounds like somebody's really trying to force us to rely on store-bought foods to feed our family, says Eddie Cruz. Eddie, I am with you 1,000% on this. We talked about it yesterday. You weren't hanging out with us on the machine yesterday. But I don't want to ban any potential industry. I get it. Yeah, octopus are cute. They're smart, and they're great problem solvers, but they haven't figured out a way to get to the top of the food chain, and that's too bad for them. They taste good. They're good with Kelligwin, and they're good in the poke's and all of these things. And why would we ban something that people pay $10 for? What is it? What did we say it was? 2 legs yesterday.
Oh, 2 legs.
2 legs of an octopus, right?
Yeah, good-sized legs.
Yeah, good-sized legs. But it's $11 at the Payless. $11 the last time I looked.
for 2 people.
Over at Payless.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm going, why would we want to restrict an industry that could bring us that kind of self-sustainability? And wait a second, hold on, because I read the rest of the law. There's even a part in here where they don't want to import farmed and genetically modified octopus species into Guam. So if somebody else was farming them, it would be illegal based on this to bring that in.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
straight to jail.
And how the hell are we going to control that? I'm sorry, the program hasn't really started, but it's really started. How the hell are we going to control? We can't control the meth that comes into Guam. We can't control the fentanyl that comes into Guam. What the hell makes us think we're going to be able to track every single octopus or know the difference between an octopus that was farmed and an octopus that was genetically modified?
You gotta T-lick it, Ray. If you T-lick it and the color changes,
hey, there's
no.
Had 9. I inked myself. Where was I? My drug bag, says Ken Augustin. Yeah, I'm sorry, gentlemen. That's just something else here. That's right. Keena McCausland noting the Niners are playing the Seahawks next. We can still be friends, Keena.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it will be my beloved San Francisco 49ers
the nachos.
taking on the hated Seattle Seahawks. Why can't our hotel industry offer free airport shuttles to the tourists? This is a Guam brand experience hospitality. Because there's, I don't know. They used to, I want to say there used to be hotel buses back when, you know what? Do I say it this way? Back when there was competition. Now all of the hotels are owned by pretty much the same group of people. Alicia Duenas Anderson, Jessica S. Cruz online, Hafase with your mushy, Lou Mendiola. Nice to see you guys hanging out from Knoxville, Tennessee. Gilbert W. Glenn Jr. Ruben Mortera is on the line here. Ruben, this guy needs to be our expert. We need to talk to him about opportunities that exist in the world of octopus farming. But I think one of the challenges might be is octopus. Like I said, octopus are pretty clever. So how do you build an octopus farm like corral that they can't get out of? I mean,
you got to make them want to stay. Right?
Give me a reason to stay. Give me a reason to stay, Josh.
Give them a pleasure island.
Benita Camacho Garrido is saying, morning to the point, familia. Let me see. Hey, Ray sent you something on WhatsApp. I'll try to take another look at that. Ron Castro's there. Alicia Duenas Anderson. Today, National Resolution Planning Day, as in New Year's resolution. We can help you with that. We can help you with that. If you got a New Year's resolution that is to go and get a fitness, a gym membership or something like that, just FYI, there's rules in gym. There are rules in gym.
I got a shower.
One of the rules. What? You what?
People got to shower, man.
Before or after?
Before, please.
Didn't they shower together?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Anyway, we'll talk about some of those things a little bit later on. What's that? More from Gilbert Glenn, Eddie Cruz. Why don't we just ban the harvesting and fishing by people who are not indigenous? And that makes more sense when attempting conservation. That's what they do in Washington State. They got this is the same thing. They're banning octopus farming in Washington State. If they're doing it in a blue state, it must be a great idea. Not. John Marich is online. Good to see you. We need raccoons and sea otters. Let's introduce those. Will they ban us from bringing Octopus Kelligwin to one of their political fundraisers? No, they might have somebody checking, though. They might have somebody checking this. It's going to be Frank and John standing at the front.
Taste one.
Where's that Gumson from? Is that Guam Gumson? It's not Guam Gumson that somebody had harvested without farming. Then cannot let that in. Anyway, 637, that's the Facebook side. YouTube side, probably also just as lively. Tommy Napathy there, Rudy Rodolfo, Stephen Klein, Guam, USA, saying Hafa Day. Tatu Sean Gumatau, Hafa Day from where America's 250th birthday begins.
Oh, no way.
You'd think we'd make a bigger deal about that. You'd think we'd make a bigger deal about that. Is the 250th birthday of the United States of America to be celebrated in 2026, and nobody they're going to start talking about it now that I brought it up. They're like, oh crap. There was something we were supposed to do after we did the Christmas tree lighting at Skinner Plaza. Crap, I can't remember what it was. Oh, it's this. It's the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. And Stephen Klein, like I said, is there. Tattoo Sean, Ron Castro, is saying holiday pointers, and Biba Morning Mizu. John Martinez, Uncle John, saying good morning all. Bad Boy 671 Guam Barbecue. There's Tommy Garcia at Lynn Tidinko saying good morning, Brother Ray and the Point family. You too, girl. Donna Marie off of John Savars. Senator, good to see you there. Says good morning, Ray, Jonathan. Donna, Real Joe, and Point Familia. And if you got, like I said, 888-8255 for the phone, 797-8255 for the meme machine. And I will try that URL again for the chat GPT and see the image that you were trying to send out. In the meantime, it's 6:38 in the morning. We got to jump into news and headlines with Donna D. Who's got more news stories. In the meantime, I'm going to go back and check out that Facebook page. Donna, what's going on?
GDOE officials say a lack of qualified staff is causing major delays in government contracts. GDOE reports that only 2 employees can handle contracts larger than $500,000. The department is responding to a new audit that shows most management goals have been ignored for 15 years. Spokesperson Michael Damon Borja claims no federal money is at risk despite the findings. Meanwhile, a bill aims to turn Guam's community health centers into autonomous agencies to improve hiring and medical services. Public Health Director Therese Areola says autonomy is needed because Guam's clinics are among the last 5% in the U.S. that are not independent. Bill 169 would move the centers out from under public health with a phased transition of up to 6 years. The centers serve more than 8,500 patients each year and handle about 2,000 visits a month. And 2 cruise ships are bringing hundreds of tourists to Guam this week. The MS Asuka 3 arrives this morning for its maiden voyage before heading to Saipan. Tomorrow, the Mitsui Ocean Fuji arrives for an overnight stay, departing for Japan on New Year's Day. GVB will greet the passengers with cultural performances at the port. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Octopus? Maybe. Do we have there is a kind of octopus that will kill you. Do we have that here?
No.
It's like a blue-banded
Australia,
octopus.
yeah. Octopusy.
Every once in a while, somebody will pop up and try to do this thing. It shows up on Instagram or whatever, where there's a guy that he put one on his head. Did you see that? The poisonous one, the venomous one. He puts it on his head.
Smart.
And I'm pretty sure it killed him. Like 10 steps later or something like that. There are some very dangerous octopus, right? But as I said, still, even with that power, still not capable of becoming the top of the food chain on the planet. And so you deserve whatever it is that you get. 6:40 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Plenty more to talk about. 888-8255. Waiting to get your thoughts. Stick around, Brown. Don't move.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Boss 104, Star 101, and The Point, in collaboration with Micronesia Mall, present the 2026 Health and Wellness Expo. Saturday, January 17th, from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. in the center court. Join us as we showcase an array of healthcare businesses to help guide you into a lifestyle of healthy habits and wellness. Booths are available now. If you're a business that specializes in eating healthy, exercising, being mindful, and more, call 888-7346 and connect with Doris, Daryl, Michelle, or Shanzi for more info about the 2026 Health and Wellness Expo. Call 888-RDIO.
Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime Event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's guamtime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend.
Okay. So just one night is what you're saying. Got it. 642 Ray Gibson Show. Quick look at what's going on in traffic. Because there's not a whole lot of traffic. I was digging it the other day. I got into traffic. I hadn't seen traffic so light. It was like COVID times.
Yes, thank you.
It was so good.
Appreciate
It's like
that.
3 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't worry about the red light. Just go. There's nobody on the road this morning, and it doesn't look like there's a whole heck of a lot of folks on the road this morning at 6:43. Tiny bit of traffic at Anderson Air Force Base. Maybe a little bit around the Zigo Gymnasium area. Southbound Marine Corps Drive into Dededo looking clear all the way to the intersection of 1 and 3. Most of the traffic concentrating around the hospital because there's no Ukadu right now. If you're taking Marine Corps Drive from there to the Micronesia Mall, it's smooth going all the way down to 8, 10, and 16. Maybe tiny bit of traffic over at the changing of the homeless guard at the McDonald's, but you'll make it all the way to 8, 10, and 16. No major problems through there as you make your way inbound. If you're on Route 8, cool. The only thing that's going to slow you down is the new ripples they've installed in the roadway over by the new Plumeria Hotel. It's a wonderful that you'll hit those things and you'll go, wow. I felt that. Even in your fancy car, you're going to feel that. And again, a reminder, there's a couple other new ripple spots that they've installed on Marine Corps Drive. Well, actually, this one here is on Route 10A. You make that turn from Marine Corps Drive into Route 10A like you're headed to Home Depot. Right there, you're going to find some brand new ripples that they put in there, and some of them will set you rocking and rolling on your morning commute. Southbound, inbound, if you're on Route 8, like I said, looking good. Route 4, sweet. Nothing major on Route 10 because there's nothing school right now. Downtown Agatina all the way to Big Navy and Sumai. The only thing that you'll run into is a little bit of traffic if Naval Base Guam is your final destination. That's the usual front gate traffic that you're going to see. Just wait until it calms down a little bit. Go inside the Infusion and see what they got going on for you. 644, that's it. That's all the traffic you need. Ray Gibson Show, Point.
Bundle smarter, work better. When you're running a business, every decision counts. Now's your chance to make one that gives you more. For a limited time, get hybrid fiber internet up to 1 gig for as low as $125 a month. Plus, get up to 6 months of free internet and free Samsung Galaxy earbuds when you bundle with Docomo Pacific. Ready to get started? Try our free bundles calculator by visiting info.docomopacific.com/radio25. While supplies last, some conditions apply.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
Today. Yes, let's do that. 645 Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at Medical City. Not the one up in Day-to-Do, the one in actual Philippines. Medical City in the Philippines. They got a location right there in Ortigas, close to everything. So once you're in town, down and done with your physicals or whatever the appointments are that you need to do for whatever checkup you're lined up for. All kinds of great activities. You know what? Maybe they'll clear you to go run on Sundays when they close down Ayala in all directions for about 2 miles so that they can get thousands and thousands of other likewise healthy people to go out there and enjoy the streets. It really is a fantastic thing. So give it a shot. Talk to your doctor. Let him know, hey, my check engine light is on in my body. Can you hook me up? And once you get the referral from him, then you get the referral you go to the referral office at the Doucet, and they take care of just about everything after that. Need to make arrangements, appointments at the hospital. They'll do all of that stuff. Need a ride from the airport. They'll take care of all of that. Maybe you need a new pair of running shoes while you're there. They can help take you shopping over at MOA. That's what they're good at. Great program they got lined up for you at Medical City in the Philippines.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yes, interesting observation, Stephen Liz. First, they try to control my sugar intake, what type of sunscreen we can use. Now the octopuses, I guess somebody has come up with the imitation octopus, like how we enjoy our imitation crab. Maybe that's what we're doing. We're going to kill one industry in the cradle before, so that we can support another industry. It's an interesting observation, though, when you're a senator and you got nothing else to do except feel good bills. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do feel-good stuff here. That's the deal. And so you come up with the thing is, you know what? I'm chubby. So, I'm chubby, so you have to go on a diet. Yeah, I'm chubby, so you have to control your sugar intake. You remember that?
Yeah.
Roy? We remember. What?
Oh my God!
It's what
I remember.
No,
now.
it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Then you got
no
some
more
of
burgers.
those chubby kids in the youth congress, and they wanted to do a thing limiting the amount of sugar that you could buy. Which one was the dumber one? Limiting the intake or controlling the sizes of the drinks that you could get.
Oh, I like that one.
That was a good one. Oh my God.
The jumbo.
What was the youth congress thing they wanted to do yesterday?
No, what the jumbo soda?
Sidewalks. Sidewalks. Yeah. So here's a youth congress, and I'm not going to give them a hard time about this idea. I just, because I know in their heart it's good. They want to, keep the kids around the schools protected. So they wanted to put speed bumps around the school locations and sidewalks, so the kids could walk to the schools without having to walk on the side of the roads, which is a great idea. But the answer to the question is they don't do that for tourists. They're not doing it for the people that need it, like on Route 10 Alpha from Donkey Village all the way up to the airport. You'd think they would do something like that. And you know what's going to happen when they do put the sidewalks down? Why? They're not going to move the poles. They're not going to move the utility poles. We've already got we got miles of sidewalks here on Guam, and there's whole sections of it that are useless to individuals with disabilities. Mr. Servino knows the answer to that question because they didn't move the utility poles. So you get somebody in a stroller or a wheelchair, and pretty soon, how do you get around it? How do you get around them? They didn't cut roundabouts in all of these things. Anyway, 6:49 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show. Is that Pica's Best Mayor?
It's Pica's Best.
Okay, when I said chubby, I wasn't talking about you.
No.
I wasn't talking about, I was talking about Senator Roy Canata.
I'm not chubby. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's right. That's right. You're just big boned. You're a husky.
There you go.
This is what we used to call it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Pica's Best Mayor. That's Mayor Jess Alec from the beautiful village of Petey. And 2026. This is my prediction: is 2026 is the year they're going to hand you the keys to the old USO Hoover Park, and we'll return that and all of its goodness to the great people of Petey. Another place for food trucks. Another place for all of the festivities that take place in mid Guam's God's own town. But anyways, how you doing?
Good prediction.
Yeah.
I won't hold you to it because I like you.
It's true. It's true. We have an affinity for each other. We both love having a good time, and we both love questioning the authorities that be and poking fun at the failures of this administration. Oh wait, am I about to mention something about the swimming pool?
You know what my New Year's resolution is? Oh, no, never mind. Cancel. I won't tell. I just thought about it. But, maybe it should be. Maybe I should stop complaining.
What? No, no, I refuse. I refuse to hear that noise. No, because I don't want to be the only one.
Take a break. Yeah?
It's me and you occasionally, and Kenley and Guerrero, and a
Well, you know
handful
what?
of other
The
guys.
crazy part about all that was I'm reading the paper today, and I mean, I don't want to say it out. I mean, it's like it's a government issue, a government problem, and you're telling us now again the same thing, and you've been there for more than 4 years, and you're still talking about how money is the problem. Money cannot be the problem. Did you even ask for the money? Oh my gosh, I'm just frustrated about that.
Wait, that you could be referring to anything. What in particular in the newspaper?
But the crazy part about it is this problem is just it's reoccurring, right? Every time there's heavy weather, it's the mayor. Then it becomes the mayor's problem because now the mayor's not there to solve the problem. But it's above the mayor's pay grade.
Are we talking? Wait. Are we talking about the flooding in Malesso?
I'm talking about the flooding, the waterway. The waterway is not the mayor's responsibility. The waterway is purely DPW's responsibility. It cannot be because DPW has a special permit from the Army Corps of Engineers to get into that waterway. And so any waterway, river, whatever it is, it's not the mayor's responsibility because we don't have the permit to do it. And so, anyway, I'm sorry, we're not talking about that, right? But you're talking about resolution.
No, because I was just talking to somebody that's got land down in Malesso. It's like newly discovered, and he's got a river going through. He's got 2 rivers going through it. And I was asking him, I said, "How'd you do in the flooding?" He said, "No problem." And apparently, the reason why they did so well in the flooding is because everything that would have ended up in his rivers was stuck in the culverts on land.
Exactly, but the thing is, and the truth is that we do. There are mayors that get into the waterways. There are mayors that get in to clear all that stuff that's not supposed to be there. But it's because we care. We do our job. We're supposed to do that. We're supposed to maintain these secondary and tertiary areas within our municipalities. But it really doesn't fall within our jurisdiction because of the Army Corps of Engineer permit or whatever other permits they need to get into that waterway. And even digging it, even hardening it, but just even maintaining it. It should not be the mayor's responsibility.
Is that a sacred bamboo? Is it sacred bamboo there? Is that Kipuha's bamboo and we're not allowed to touch it?
Oh, I don't give. It doesn't matter whose bamboo it is.
I'm just
responsibility, and the person who should be doing it and not telling us years later that it's going to require. If it requires money, did we ask? That's my question. Did we ever ask for the money? I don't know. Maybe we should call Senator Duenas because he's our oversight, and that's my first thing actually this morning.
Okay, well, actually, he's on the list because there's people talking about their budgets for 2026, and I think those are going to start getting for next year going to start moving through and approvals and monies that they've originally asked for should start moving through as the new year begins. Although I think they should have whatever they needed based on the start of the fiscal year from back in the day. 6:55, Mayor Jess Allig on the line, and I didn't mean to
end that conversation real quick. Is that the real issue for me is, when it's your responsibility, did you do everything that you were supposed to do in order for that job or that task to get taken care of? And in this case, even though it did fall on the mayor because, they're going to call the mayor because they're flooding, but the mayor can't do anything. But if the person that has jurisdiction, the agency that has jurisdiction over that issue has not made the request for it, then that's where we're going to come in. I'm going to ask for it. And that's, Senator Duenas, the beauty about him is he's our oversight chair as well for the council.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
No, I got you. Well, a couple other things. Are your constituents getting to you on this letter that went out from the Department of Public Health and Social Services about able-bodied adults without dependents needing to go get jobs?
I only heard it from you.
Well, is it possible people are looking at that saying, I guess the ride's over, let's go to work?
Yeah, well, it's about time. It really, right? I mean,
just
checking. We all work hard all our lives. I mean, we grew up, even if the car was clean, you had to still wash the car. I mean, so it's it's generational, I think. It's unfortunate that we have to be this way. It's what's even more unfortunate is when the parents say, oh, it's okay because that's how he is. Are you kidding me?
Oh, my God.
Slap us.
Yes.
That's not how you're supposed to be.
No, that's how you are. That's how you are. It's okay. It's okay. Your boy is Gago because you're the king of Gago.
Correct.
Crazy. 6:56. But I do want to, because I want this to be a hopeful couple of days as we ring out the old year and ring out the new year. What is your benediction? What is your blessing to the people of Guam and the beautiful village of Pidi from your perch high atop the mayor's office?
First of all, I don't have a high perch. Remember, I'm a big guy.
Somebody said plump.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Honestly, guys, I don't really make any resolutions, but I certainly I wish everyone a lot of happiness and a lot of love. I think if that's all we have, we've got it all. And whether we celebrate with everything that we have that's minimal, or whether we have a lot and we celebrate with it, whatever it is, if you're happy and we share love for one another, with one another, I think we're going to be okay. We don't always agree. We will never always agree, but that's because we're human. But if we're happy, I think we'll be okay. And if we learn to love one another in one way or another, we're going to be okay.
As long as we can do it at Hoover Park, then I will be the happiest guy.
Park, at USO, that you're right. We'll be even more in love with one another.
And then can I also make another pitch? I'm going to ask you to help me out on this. I don't know who to talk to. I don't know whose job this is, but it's time that we got new license plates, because the ones that we have right now is ugly. It's clip art. It looks like something that not even clip art, because you can get better stuff on Canva and Banner Snack. I'm just saying we need to take advantage of the fact that we've got so many beautiful, surrounded by beautiful colors. We got the beautiful sunrises and sunsets. Got beautiful green hills like the kind right behind your place out in Pedi. Beautiful blue ocean, turquoise oceans, and things like that. We got so much beauty around here, and they wanted to focus on this pale flower. It's a beautiful flower. I've seen them in real life up close, Putitaino view, but it doesn't stand up and scream how great Guam is. And I think we need to work on something like that. We need more of the things that stand up and scream about how great Guam is.
Sounds good. And let's not make it up too, right?
Yes, I'm going to make it up. I'm going to have Grok do it. Bro, I'll talk to you pretty soon. It's always. I hope I see you somewhere in the next couple of days. You know where I hang out, so see if you can alert.
I hope so too.
Okay, bro.
Take care. Have a great day.
All right. Just 888-825-5888 TALK. Always great to get him on the line, because
that was weird.
I like riling him up. My God,
we will never agree. But peace and love.
Yes. Udu. Madoru. So he's talking about Guam Daily Post, reading the newspaper. He starts going off on something. I'm like, God, that could have been anything. What do you mean we don't have the money? It's the same people year after year after year. And I'm going, wait a second. You are talking about the pool, aren't you? Or maybe he's talking about Simon Sanchez. I don't know. Maybe the bottle bill, the cannabis. Industry here. I don't know there's so many things. There's so many projects that we've started that we just can't seem to finish. Although it does appear that work is being done. I need somebody that's got drone technology to fly a drone over the Agana swimming pool and see who could that be? And see what 3,053 days worth of the temporary closure is bringing us. Are we getting any closer to the possibility that Angel Sablan and the Department of Parks and Rec will be on time with their announcement that the pool should be open about the 4th of July to celebrate the 250th birth of the United States of America, the best country we've got. It's 7 o'clock, and time now for Fox News. KUSG Agana. This is Pica's Best, The Point.
High-level Mar-a-Lago meetings. I'm Kathleen Maloney, Fox News. President Trump hosting a bilateral meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago in an effort to push forward a U.S.-brokered ceasefire in Gaza. It's been facing challenges moving into the second phase, which involves rebuilding Gaza under international supervision. President Trump says the hostages would not have been released if not for his administration.
Every hostage just about that's been released was released because of me, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, my whole team, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth. They were all released because of us. None were released in the Biden administration.
On October 10th, the ceasefire took effect days after the 2-year anniversary of the beginning of the war between Hamas and Israel that killed over 1,000 people. After speaking at Mar-a-Lago Sunday, President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky say they are confident that a deal can be reached to end the war with Russia. The U.S. reportedly offered security guarantees to Ukraine for a 15-year period, but Kyiv prefers a commitment of up to 50 years from the U.S. to deter another potential invasion. After meeting with Zelensky, President Trump spoke by phone with Russian President Putin, describes that call as productive. The suspect accused of fatally shooting Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk appears virtually in court today as the judge considers media access in the trial. Utah 4th District Court Judge Tony Graff noting the importance of transparency.
The press need not be a party to a criminal action to pursue the public's presumptive right to access public court records.
The suspect, Tyler Robinson, is set for another hearing mid-January. He's accused of shooting and killing Kirk during a campus event in Utah. America is listening to Fox News.
At Guam Regional Medical City's Cancer Center, your care is our priority. We provide comprehensive treatment services tailored to your needs with compassionate support every step of the way. Our expert team specializes in hematology and oncology, delivers advanced radiation therapy, and offers personalized chemotherapy infusions in a comfortable setting. We also provide effective pain management and a full range of outpatient infusion services, including blood and iron transfusions. We're here for you, supporting your entire journey right here at home. Guam Regional Medical City, comprehensive cancer care close to home.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
Decade ago, Fox's Jonathan Hunt reports.
We're approaching the 12th anniversary of the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines flight MH370, and it remains, of course, one of the biggest mysteries of aviation history. It was March 8th, 2014, when the plane took off from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, heading for Beijing, China, then suddenly veered off course about 38 minutes into the flight while over the South China Sea, disappearing from civilian radar, but tracked another hour by Malaysian military radar as it headed in an entirely different direction to its planned route. It then disappeared completely, and extensive search operations began in the vast Indian Ocean for the plane and the 227 passengers and 12 crew who were on board.
The efforts being led by the U.S. and UK-based company Ocean Infinity. A streamer on TikTok shot by ICE agents during an attempt to arrest him has had federal charges against him dismissed. Fox's Gernal Scott reports.
A federal judge ruled Carlitos Ricardo Parias was not given access to legal counsel while in ICE custody. Prosecutors also failed to meet discovery deadlines in preparation for his trial. DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin told the LA Times Parias weaponized his vehicle to escape when agents boxed him in for an immigration arrest. Agents responded by shooting him in the arm. Parias was scheduled to go on trial this week. Video of the incident, captured on agents' body cams, showed Parias' car did not appear to move, leading the judge to dismiss the incident with prejudice, meaning the charges cannot be refiled. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
And a second helicopter pilot has died after a mid-air crash in southern New Jersey on Sunday. The NTSB is investigating. I'm Kathleen Maloney. This is Fox News.
Every year, it's the same thing. What do I get them for Christmas? This year, give them something they'll actually use and never forget. At Blades by Crank, we've got high-performance chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, sleek chef accessories, and never-released blades. Designed right here in the Marianas and built for precision, performance, and pride, we've got something for everyone. These aren't just tools. They're legacy pieces crafted to last a lifetime. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agania Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra shinar.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me. Call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
It's back. Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
Travel goals unlocked. Whether it's Korea in the summer or Japan in the fall, the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help you turn your urge to explore into your next boarding pass. Apply by October 31st, 2025, and if approved, earn 45,000 bonus miles when you spend $2,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Unlock your next adventure with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/united.
News this hour is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Off at 7:07, I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. The developer of the Palisades gated community is appealing the $1.7 million environmental fine. The penalty was issued after an October 15 landslide blocked Marine Corps Drive and sent 750 cubic yards of debris into the bay. Tassi Vista Development filed the appeal, calling the Guam EPA's violation notice ambiguous. A pre-hearing conference is now scheduled for January 14 to move the case forward. Regulators found that the developer had filled in critical drainage basins before the slide occurred, but the developer claims the landslide was caused by extreme rain and circumstances beyond their control. If they lose this appeal, the matter could go to court. Meanwhile, the U.S. Marine Corps is changing its reorganization plan for units moving from Okinawa to Guam. Japanese media reports indicate the 4th Marine Regiment will stay in Okinawa as a reinforced infantry regiment rather than relocating to Camp Blas. This modification keeps a stronger deterrent against China closer to Taiwan. It remains unclear if this shift will lower the final count of troops moving to Guam. Original bilateral agreements called for 4,000 Marines to relocate. The Marine Corps says the move aligns with commitments to regional stability and ensures forces are postured to take action against any potential aggression. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
GPA will spend over $4 million to remove lead paint and finish repairs on a massive fuel tank in Petey. The PUC approved the extra funding last week for the 268,000-barrel capacity tank. Officials say roughly $1.7 million is specifically for lead paint removal, while the rest covers structural refurbishments. Completing this work is critical to ensure the island has a 6 to 9 month fuel supply in case of emergencies or shipping delays. The project total has now reached over $19 million, more than double the original 2019 contract price. And most GDOE students will get an extra day of vacation next week. There are no classes on Monday the 5th because it's a professional development day for school employees. But 4 campuses on double session schedules will have school on Monday. Students at JFK, Ukudu, and Simon Sanchez High Schools, as well as FBLG Middle School, must report for their normal schedules. All other public schools will resume their regular classes on Tuesday, January 6th. GDOE encourages parents to contact their specific schools for more information or schedule updates. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
I got you 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning, and I finally got Mr. Dizon's chat GPT work he wanted to make, and I love this. What a great idea. What a great concept. Who do we need to sell this to? It is an image of somewhere in Tumon. And you can make out a variety of the hotels. I see the Hilton over there, the Pac Star. I don't know which ones these are, but they've got images on them. Like Hilton's got the word GUAM written in the hotel lights out there. And then we've got a couple of pros and that kind of thing, and coconut trees, white coconut trees on one of the big buildings. And we've got these laser images on the beach that show Guam, little animated moves of the Guam flag and things like that. They've even got them projected out into the water. Absolutely beautiful. It's some kind of a dance competition, the international Guam kind of dancey thing that's going on, or just Guam night down in Tumon. And the question is, wow, can we do that? Yeah, we can. Have you ever been to Shanghai? Anybody been to Shanghai? City of the future. I tell you what, say what you want to about the communist Chinese. They know how to pretty up a city. So there's a scene in one of the Tom Cruise movies, Mission Impossible, where he's gliding down the side of a building. And I've been where that building is, and there's neighbors. And at night in a place called ThePOINT, all of the buildings get lit up, and there's people on one side of the river looking over at all of these space-age, sci-fi, super architectural skyscrapers, and they all have videos playing on them one way or the other, like little movies that they've got, and there's narratives, and there's this wonderful kind of, oh my God, aesthetic, and I think it changes all the time, and there's literally 1 million people on ThePOINT from one end to the other. It's a big family night. Everybody gets out and goes and enjoys something like that, and I don't know why we can't do something along those lines here on Guam from time to time. There used to be closest thing that we got to it was once. I'm trying to remember the name of the general manager over at the Hilton that used to do it. But one of the guys down in Hotel Row used to have this big bright spotlight. And I think they shone it directly into one of the other hotels on the other side of Tumon to keep the tourists awake. In that, I mean, it was that bright. Yeah, there used to be all of that kind of thing. Everybody kind of worked on dressing it up. What was the last time that we did that? Was when it was COVID-19, and one of the hotels down in Tumon, I think it was the Reef Hotel, Westin, somebody. And they had the side of the hotel because they didn't have anybody staying in there. So they put the word, it was the Reef Hotel. And so they put the word hope spelled out in big letters. You know, they'd go turn off all the lights in all the rooms except for the one so they could spell out the word hope. And I remember I took that picture, sent it to an actual graphical artist. I said, change that from hope to beer, and then it will be perfect. And it was. It's 7:13. Ray Gibson Show. What am I supposed to be doing? The weather? The weather for a perfect night like this with projections into the ocean and onto the sides of building. Partly sunny skies. Highs near 86 degrees. East-northeast winds 9 to 15 miles an hour. Gusting its highs about 18. I got isolated showers. Mostly cloudy and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Mostly sunny with highs near 85 in the forecast for most of the New Year's Eve. Let me see. New Year's Eve for fireworks. Do we have fireworks weather? Partly cloudy with overnight lows of about 76. They are predicting some isolated showers, so hopefully most of that will fall before Jeff Jam starts lighting things up in Tamuning and Agana. New Year's Day, mostly sunny, highs near 86 degrees. I got winds east 11 to 16 miles an hour, nice and gusty, about 21 miles per hour. With a heat index today, we'll feel like 92 degrees, 20% chance of rain. Sunset tonight should be about 6:04. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Ring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Seasons Winnings Holiday Giveaway. 4 lucky winners will win a Coca-Cola Premium Prize Pack at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola outdoor canopy, barbecue grill, Adirondack chair, and a stainless cooler. Purchase any large Whopper combo meal and receive an official validation slip to enter on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends December 31st, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 7th, 2026. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
Unwind where the sun sets the table. The Beach Restaurant and Bar. Fresh bites, island cocktails, and sunsets you'll never forget. Open 4 to 10 Monday to Friday and 12 to 10 on weekends. Visit GuamBeachBar.com. The beach, where every visit feels like paradise.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Just a note. Apparently, I'm sure that he wasn't alone. I'm sure that there were a bunch of other Navy SEAL and Marine types out there that were giggling every time I said the word littoral.
Oh.
Because that's not how it's pronounced. It's littoral, as in the shoreline. So that's the group of Marines that they're thinking about keeping in Okinawa. And so again, because Okinawa is closer to Taiwan, if this thing is going to go, it's going to happen. It'll go in the first chain where Taiwan and Japan and Okinawa are. So the current conventional wisdom is they're going to keep them there. What that means for Guam, I don't know. I got a guy on the line that might know. We'll check in with him. He's actually was going to talk to Sean about what is it? Another roundtable public hearing thing with the cops. That's coming up. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And Kim and Ron and all of his beautiful people at Security Title.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Quarter after 7 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And it's Josh Cadahay's picture. I kept talking about Mr. Dizon. It's not. Josh Cadahay with his picture from the Chat GPT synchronized to music, and the buildings lit up like the Bank of Guam gets lit up in Agutnia, except no gay colors. And it could be a nightly show. What?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
Just, okay.
Yeah.
You rolled. I could feel you rolling your eyes.
Not gonna lie, their colors are gay.
717. More. We'll talk more about that. But I think it's a great idea. But I don't know who's going to get this done, because whoever was in charge of getting the lights down in Tumon installed and ready to go by Christmas screwed that job up so unbelievably bad. They didn't get the lights in town until a week and a half, 2 weeks away from Christmas. And there's still a whole bunch, I'm sure, that aren't lit up. Good morning, Tattoo Sean Gumatata. How the heck are you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray. How are you?
Not bad. Oversight hearing on who messed up the lights. And oversight hearing on
another agency. That would be for Jess Lujan. I think you might want to call and talk to him about the lights at GBB.
And who the heck is in charge of the turning off the lights at Skinner Plaza at 9 o'clock at night? You got moms and dads and kids. They got nothing going on, and they figure, let's go look at the lights because it's nighttime.
Senator Calvo might be able to help you there, Guam Museum.
Okay, we'll work through all of that. The appropriate committees, though, that you are in charge of, and I was delighted to read up on. Maybe there's enough people that will be. What's the word I'm looking for? Whose cages will be rattled enough by the nature of the story that was in the news yesterday. My cousin Freddie Berdalio over at the Department of Corrections and concerns that the Department of Prisons, the Bureau of Prisons, are moving their guys out of our jails because of the inhumane conditions.
Now, let me put some context to that comment that he made. In October, he and the governor had went to Agutnia with the U.S. Marshals, with the federal public defender. The governor said, this is in bad shape. This is October now. We are in December, had an oversight hearing. Inhumane. If that's the case, then there really action should have been taken in October.
On the spot. I mean, who's in charge? You said you were talking about the appropriate people. Did we lose him? Is that him on two? Okay, so I'll just pick it up in here. All right, so I'll fill that in. So, there should have been action taken on the spot that day.
Yep, exactly. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it should have been done. And so to come back in December, the budget's already in play. Things have been gone. The issue that we were talking about goes back to November of last year, and that's where much of the angst of the committee, angst of former senators. I think when I looked at the face of Senator Barnett and Senator St. Augustine, they were in absolute disbelief. And so, we just got to do a better job of executing the laws of Guam, and I think that was the point. And that's what the oversights are really going to be about over the next couple of months, at least from my committee,
to find out where they're at on so many different issues.
One of the examples used of the inhumane conditions are lack of air conditioning in that area. And I get it; it's not the Hilton. You're in there because you've been accused of doing something, and justice is coming for you at some point. But basic comforts and basic needs need to be met.
Right. And
now, if it's an HVAC, we got guys. I mean, I got an HVAC guy could probably go in there and sort things out for him within a day or two.
Yeah, as you mentioned, your aircon kuya could have went down there and checked it out. But the idea is, Ray, this is something that goes back to, again, November. They lobbied very effectively and successfully for funds. They should have had those projects ready to go, but they didn't. And so at this point, either a couple of things got to happen. It's got to get done, or it's time to move on leadership, because this is unacceptable. And I'm not saying I'm fighting for the bad guys in there. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the men and women who serve Department of Corrections. They work in those conditions
as well. Correct.
And they deserve from their leadership and from this government responsiveness when it comes to this. You just can't go, oh, it's inhumane here, and then call it a day. That was not what that was said on the record in U.S. District Court. And so, and then to come in a public hearing, action needs to be had. No more talking. You need to get stuff done.
But do we have to wait until election year to get it done? Do we have to wait until we slip into 2026?
I sure hope not.
When there will be a flurry of activity, and we'll be able to get the bamboo out of the culverts in Molesu, and we'll put the hose in the pool at Agania?
And I'm glad you're talking about that, because think about for the last 7 years, the administration has had every opportunity to work with 2 mayors to address the issues at Barcia in this area, and probably before that. I mean, this goes back to even Governor Camacho's time, and we've worked with the Army Corps, we've worked with the Public Works, we've worked with the Department of Transportation, all across the federal family to fight an issue for the families that live in the Barcinas area. And what has been the reaction? It's just slow rolling the ability of the government to take care of those residents. 50 residents, Ray, were impacted by those rains last week.
Right in that area, there were quite a number more that we started hearing from. Landon and Brandon had made their way down there, and they were giving us reports on what they were seeing, and roads that while they weren't clogged with the debris and the bamboo, were still impassable in that area, and that requires a lot of it. It's not 1 in 100 years, but here's what has been done in the 2 months since we had the landslide on Marine Corps Drive. Have we patched that? Have we hardened that area so if it rains again, if there is some other issue that impacts the water pooling up above it, are we going to have that landslide again? If you look directly across that landslide, they put that silk curtain on the road. Well, the silk curtain, it's all falling apart now. It's not going to hold anything back, and it's ugly. So can we go and pick that up and do something?
That, it's like somebody should just get up there, water blast the area. It's been months since that thing happened.
There's still red dirt everywhere
for our visitors. I mean, again, I'm a policymaker in the legislative branch. There's policy that's set. The executive branch needs to do the job. I know they're listening to this show. They listen to you every day. But they listen, and it's like, well, I guess we're on a 5-day break. I'll come back and check it out in 2026. I think that's what's going to happen in 2026. I think that's what Mike is called. This is what this is about. This is to change this wackiness that the Democrats have brought to bear upon this community. And I think people are probably just really awfully tired of it. And I know me as a resident of Guam, I'm frustrated beyond belief with these guys. And we need to do something about it. That means time to vote them out.
Well, I'm happy for the election year message, although I'm going to point out that at least 2 of your colleagues are so far off the target with measures to say that we have to spell Chamorro with a capital C and capital H, and a ban on any industry. I think somebody is not reading the room correctly. Somebody is not listening to the cries of the people of Guam. Well, they're messing around with how we're going to spell Chamorro on the letterhead. People are deciding whether they're going to continue to live on Guam or move away.
And Ray, in fairness to those committee chairs, they are probably getting asked by those agencies. I don't know what the urgency would be. I'm sure they can tell you themselves.
But it's just like with the policies that
I'd rather lecture.
A lot of it's come straight from the mouths of as they would say, the mouths of babes, if you will, comes from the agencies. This is their function. So how do we as policymakers help? I think I've tried my damnedest over the last 12 months to do that, and that's what my whole work has all been about, is just listening and responding.
Well, I appreciate you're putting my cousin's statements into context here. There's going to be another oversight hearing, one of the first of 2026, this one here with the Guam Police Department, and to the degree that I think the Guam Police Department is doing everything they can to keep our islands safe, islanders safe, and the streets safe, and they're arresting people, they're catching people with crystal methamphetamine, and the alarming thing is, and put some fire on this, is what is most alarming to me is I'm starting to read a whole lot more magistrate reports where guys are getting busted, pulled over because they got a cracked windshield or something like that, pulled over, and we've got crystal methamphetamine. You know what else is in the car? Guns are in the car. It's going to get wild, wild west out there, and I want to know that my police department's prepared for it.
And not to mention that, because this goes at the direction of the budget chairman, Chris Duenas. We're going to start doing all of these. GPD is the first. We're going to get fire. We're going to get the post commission. We'll have DOC back in. We will talk with the conservation officers, Parks and Rec. I hope they're listening. Those guys are listening this morning, because it's going to go back to a couple different things. One, where are they at in terms of getting ready for performance-based budgeting as we head into the new fiscal year? Because we're going to need to be able to prepare to do that. And with those metrics that we talk about a whole bunch of different times with performance-based budgeting, that's going to be the discussion point. And then other issues that are facing the departments. In the case of GPD, we have some outstanding obligations that really, and I do have a bill trying to take care of that. But we got to just do a better job of making sure, and I'll take some of the responsibility. I missed it in the Budget Act. Probably should have covered some of these provisions from last year. But that's also the responsibility of those who are probably been in the branch a little longer, folks who were also the former chairs of the committees. This is not just my problem. It's a problem of the branch, problem of all of us, and we need to do a better job to take care of our public safety agencies. We just can't keep coming up with policies and then, we just let them down because we just are unable to maybe see certain things that we weren't seeing the first time, or we didn't listen very well this past year before that.
They've certainly got their hands full down there. Could always use more than one or two additional men and women in the squad cars to go out there and, as I said, keep the island's roadways safe, keep the people of Guam safe, and just put more of a presence out there so that the good, hardworking, law-abiding people of Guam know that they are not alone.
In fact, Ray, I've been going to the graduations for the public safety agencies. It's been absolutely great to see these guys. Their cycles are funded for the new fiscal year, but it's like trying to get new folks in there. A lot of people are just saying, maybe I do not want to be a public safety officer.
Well, could you imagine wanting to be a person working at the Department of Corrections?
Oh man, we had a couple that just graduated. I think it was 3 of them. And there's another cycle coming through. There are people that are wanting to serve, right? But but we got to do a better job of taking care of those facilities when we ask. That's a perennial issue. I just got here, and all of a sudden it's like, this is a problem. Well, let's take care of it then. Let's not talk. Let's act.
Yeah, well, there's been a whole lot of talking going on back even in the Camacho administration, and I remember first being a new guy on the radio talking to guys like Brant McCready, who had this dream of building a new correctional facility for Guam. Brant's come and gone in the legislature for at least 15 years.
Yep, but I would tell you, I've been meeting over this whole summer looking for an option, and I believe we do have one that we're probably going to be addressing fairly soon. I think it's going to either be sooner than later to finally build a prison. We got the plans. We got the RFP needs to go out. Maybe, and most of this is going to come to Public Works, and I'm pretty confident they could do it, to at least get the bid out for the A&E. And then it'll take 18 months. It'll be probably the next governor of Guam that will build the new prison. And I'm more confident that we could do it. We just got to have the willingness to do it. I mean, I know everyone's talking about the hospital. I get that. But there's other facilities that need our attention. Why can't we pump $25 million into the public health center in Manila and maybe turn it into urgent care? You have a bill that wants to have these public health centers become more independent. Well, urgent care centers become a bigger discussion point with those. And so, yes, there's a lot of things on that.
Maybe the answer is to yank that out from under public health and put that as part of the operations of Guam Memorial Hospital.
Well, I think when we look at Guam Memorial Hospital,
under new management, Guam Memorial Hospital.
I think maybe a retooling of how do we administer healthcare, because right now we're all relegated, as I mentioned many times before, all we talk about is sick care. We got to just do a better job of just taking care of this. And I don't know. I think you're seeing a lot more gain in GMH. But then, it's about them executing. We were telling them, hey, don't let us down, man. If you're given this kind of money, there's other agencies that could use that today. Don't let us down.
You're hitting a frustration button when we're talking about almost $1 million that is going to get thrown at the parking lot to make, 38 new stalls. And I'm going, really, this is ridiculous.
We could have spent $1 million for the IT
Who negotiated
that? They were
that?
clamoring about. Yeah, I have no clue.
Who negotiated that? And again, it's DPW. You get Vince, and hell, you get Tumuning Mayor. Any of the mayors, they got enough heavy equipment. They could have gone down there, cleared up that piece of property, and got it ready for somebody to, Hawaiian Rock to come in and put some blacktop on it. We didn't need to build a new Taj Mahal. Tessa May Borja. Hey, have a girlie wants to know, can we rebuild Sanchez first? The answer is no. We for 20 years, we've not been able to rebuild Sanchez first. I just wonder what the realm of possibility is that we're going to actually start hearing hammers and heavy equipment operating up in Jigo around there.
Well, what's interesting was during Governor Camacho's time, and you remember this, and I shepherded at least one school, and we used the municipal police law to be able to build those schools. It didn't take, 20 years. It took, a term. We led it in one. We had them all up and running in the next. So I guess the question would be is the challenge to candidates for public office today, especially that for governor. If you're going to make a promise, especially that big of a promise, you got to deliver. And I think all of us will be better served if they can pull this off. Thinking about the way that the executive branch works is getting them all together and just get them to do their job. There's some great people there across all those agencies. Put their talents to the test, and let's get this stuff done. This shouldn't take 20 years.
I have a list of my favorites, and I've got a list of do nothings.
Me too.
Real Mensa.
Me too. I do.
Right. 732. It's Tattoo Sean Gumatauta on the line. Thanks very much for the update on the oversight hearings and things like that. I appreciate the engagement that we've got. I think next year is going to be an interesting year in a lot of different places. And before we get into the news and headlines around 7:30, do you have any thoughts on 2026, and maybe I'm going to frame it like this as I talk to you and others in the government here. Give me a reason to stay, Sean. Give me a reason to stay.
Yeah, and I think for us, when we look at, there's two ways to look at it. The economic and the political landscape of the entire region is changing very fast. And I think that there is so much that can be done locally. I'm very bullish on Guam, and I talk to young people over the holidays and how they're excited to be home because they're able to get their talents, getting jobs, and getting to work. There's a lot of people that really see Guam as their home. They want to come back and contribute. We got to make it so they can do that. They love this island just as much as you and I, and we just got to continue to remember those young people. I have 5 kids. I have 4 that are off island. At some point, I'm hoping they'll come home to be closer to family, but also to contribute their gifts that God gave them to help our island. And whether I'm doing this job or doing something else, I'm so hopeful that 26 and beyond is going to be some really good things for Guam.
I got my fingers crossed that you're right, and looking forward to chatting with you. Yeah, I want longer conversations about what ifs that we're going to have at all of these pocket meetings and all the rallies that are going to be taking place.
We can talk about that maybe sometime soon, but yes, and I'm excited about that stuff too. So that.
Yes.
I hope we're going to talk about that very soon, but I can go down.
Oh, I'll make time. I'll make time. Dave Duenas online says real issues and priorities. Surely not changing the spelling of tomorrow again for the fourth time in our generation. 7:35.
We'll talk. Chairman of that committee. Thank you so much.
I know.
Oh, and by the way, Ray, just one last thing. Can I say hi to Auntie Bennett, who every morning says hi to all of us? So thank you, Auntie Bennett, for listening to Ray's show.
Absolutely. She is a darling, and as I is one of those things. That's the bellwether. If you lose Auntie Bennett, then you might as well just hang up your hat. You are done politically in this town. She is the best cheerleader the Republicans have ever had. I'll talk to you pretty soon, and Happy New Year, Sean Gumatau. 75% of local workers now considering leaving the state of Hawaii. The top financial pressures that financial literacy and wealth management firms say are facing millennials: housing costs, student debt, consumer debt, and the lack of a retirement savings are even more pronounced in Hawaii, where each strain is magnified by the state's extreme cost of living. You can take most of these stories here that I read and take the word Hawaii out and insert Guam. 3/4 of local workers there now considering leaving the state due to cost of living pressures. Hawaii risks losing. This is the very generation it depends on to sustain the economy, care for its elders, and raise the next generation of Guamanians. That's how I'm reading. This is real in my head, with a number of young people that might be looking around and saying, I don't know what this place has got for me. It seems like the only thing we got is the military, and I'm not trained to work in any of those industries. And I'm hearing from my friends that moved to California, moved to Nevada, moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, how great it is out there, how much further their dollar goes, how much better their healthcare system is, how much better their educational system is. Maybe it's time to start having that conversation. When that generation leaves Guam to go and pursue those dreams, who's going to take care of us old farts? Who's going to raise the babies? And especially the meth babies that we seem to be growing a lot. 7:37 in the morning. Ponder. We got to jump into news and headlines with Donna D here. This one being brought to you by the guys over at Half a Day Realty, and they got expert eyes on all kinds of cool things. What's in the listings? What is the great next get in this town, or what's the deal on maybe prices dropping on some of these listed items? Half a Day Realty. They got the MLS. They'll show you what's going on. And who else brings you the news? Rudy Rodolfo and his crew over at Burger King. It's going to be a new year, but the same great Whopper waiting for you in 2026. Can't wait for my first one. Now with the news, here's Donna D.
DPW says it will cost millions to fix the chronic flooding issues in Molesso. Director Vince Ariola blames the Christmas Eve floods on old river engineering and heavy bamboo growth that clogs drains. Crews plan to clear the bamboo upriver during the dry season to prevent future disasters. Ariola says a permanent fix would require massive funding and several environmental approvals. Meanwhile, the Guam Education Board met in an emergency session to fix the contract for incoming Superintendent Dr. Judy Wampat. The board shortened her term from 5 to 4 years to comply with local law. The contract now ends in December 2029. Other changes included removing moving expenses. Chairman Angel Sablon says all signatures must be secured before Wampat takes over the department on the 1st. And the Guam Housing Corporation has started the second phase of renovations at Lada Gardens in Dedido. This phase will fix up 16 low-income rental units using $1.5 million in federal funds. The project aims to improve living conditions in the 1960s-era housing complex. Officials say the upgrades are necessary to meet the high demand for affordable housing near schools and hospitals. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Oh, sweet. Auntie Bennett says, you're most welcome, Senator Sean Gumatau. That's sweet. I like that. A high DIL to Julia Lujan. DIL, daughter-in-law?
There you go.
Thank you so much. Jerome McDonald writing in, a lot of native Hawaiians are moving to Utah, Texas, and Las Vegas. Hawaii is just too expensive to live on. Guam's not far behind. Closest thing that we got, and I don't know whether it's a kudos. I've been watching my electric bill go down, and for a variety of reasons. You know, the LEAC has we've got an adjustment there with the levelized fuel, and so that has had an impact on it. The roof is white. The house has been painted white. I'm going to add another color to it, but I haven't decided which shade of off-white I'm going to be using. There's like a zillion of them, right? Like a cream somewhere, I put too much milk in the coffee. That there's a color, there's a color that I've got in my head, and then there's 2 or 3 other versions of it there. So, but at any rate, my point is that the power's been going down, and normally I get a moment of panic. I have an alert set up in my Pay GPA thing or my GPA app, whatever the thing is. I've got an alert that when the consumption is over 50 kilowatts. In a day, then it says, hey, Ray, there's 50 kilowatts in a day. Something is still on. What I'd left on, I think over the Christmas weekend, I left an air conditioner on in a room. It's a small one, but, you know, between that and the extra lights and some of the other stuff, I had that moment. But normally it's a moment of panic. It was not a moment of panic this time because I'm like, hey, my electricity is cheaper. I can afford a day where you know what? Maybe tomorrow I think I'm going to leave the hot water heater on all day. That's what I'll do.
There you go.
I won't even take a bath. But
cheap, dirty power.
Yes, cheap electric. No, I don't know how dirty it is.
I'm kidding.
I know what you're saying. But it's nice. It's nice to see things moving along like that. That might be the only silver lining that I can think about at this very moment here, as we ponder 3,053 days since the temporary closure of the Agana swimming pool. Is that in the very least, my electric bill is going down. The rates are going up a hair, but the power, the money, the majority of the money that I spend on the power bill is not in that part. It's in the fuel. So less fuel is a good thing. Where were we? 7:41 in the morning. A bunch of other stuff on the table of contents. Mean Machine is online. 797-8255. You got something to send in like Nate did? By all means, go ahead and throw that up so I can throw it up on the screen while the commercials are playing.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Celebrate the season with Subway's limited time festive flavors collection. Sink your teeth into the meat-loaded Terhamkin, festive turkey, or festive chicken. Want to dial up your holiday flavors? Add cranberry sauce or stuffing to any sub for just $1 more. Happy feasting only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
JCB and Ken Micronesia Inc. present the 3rd annual Tomodachi Run Walk, hosted by Japanese International Academy of Guam. Mark your calendar, Sunday, January 11th at UOG. Register early and save. Early bird pricing ends December 31st. Bring your family and friends. Group discounts for participants for just $60. Everybody's got a chance to win our grand prize, a trip to Japan. First 300 finishers will receive a special Run Guam Original t-shirt. Enjoy a tasty treat at the finish line. Free Inari Sushi, courtesy of Dun Dun Donkey. Walk, jog, or run. Everyone's welcome. Come, make wonderful memories together with the Japanese International Academy of Guam. Nice.
Studio time 7:42. That's Beyond the Box time. You can swing by BTB and check out what they've got. What didn't get bought at Christmas time, they had all kinds of stuff. They had great prices on iPads, all the iPhone accessories, MacBooks, and things like that. And maybe you can use yours to come up with your color of the year. Tessa I was talking about colors for the house and trying to figure out which color of off-white I was going to be going for. Tessa says the Pantone color of 2026 is Cloud Dancer, and I was able to find from Instagram a picture of it, a picture of a guy in baggy white pants.
There you go. That's that Barry Manilow.
Leaning into the breeze. Looks like a K-pop singer, doesn't he? Yeah. You can't see his face, but he looks like a K-pop guy. And there is the Pantone color Cloud Dancer, and I'm not a lofty white neutral whose aerated presence acts as a whisper of calm and peace in a noisy world. Pantone Cloud Dancer symbolizes a calming influence in a society rediscovering the value of quiet reflection. A billowy white imbued with serenity, and it invites true relaxation and focus, allowing the mind to wander and creativity to breathe. In motion and in pause, Pantone Color of the Year, Cloud Dancer drifts between light and ethereal, a living calm that invites renewal, vision in serenity, and creative release. So beautiful. Oh my God. Now I want to go buy a can of this stuff. Do they have that at Home Depot?
God, I hope
Can
so.
I borrow? Can I buy already?
I hope it smells good.
That's the whole idea. I want the house. I want the inside of the house to smell like fresh
It's all
paint.
over
7:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. Is it time for traffic? I'll take that as a yes. Let's see here. What's going on? Is there something? I'll start up at north again and see if we can find. No, there's nothing up there. Everybody has already moved pretty much south of Route 3. Tiny bit of traffic over by the hospital. Otherwise, southbound Marine Corps Drive looking pretty good at the Micronesia Mall. And all points south, make it through the burger places up there, all of them. And you shouldn't have too much of a hard time getting through Upper Tumon, Harmon area, Tamuning, etc. Things looking pretty good on that stretch of Marine Corps Drive. 8, 10, and 16 looking pretty good at that intersection. Nothing major to slow you down. I don't see anything on Route 10. Very little traffic on Route 8, and just the usual slowdowns at the spots along Route 4. You know where they are. You might be in them right now. Downtown Agutya, all the way down to Big Navy in Sumai, looking absolutely sweet. Enjoy the drive. That's the way we're doing it on New Year's Eve.
Wakey, wakey, Guam. It's time to rise, shine, and dine at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with our breakfast faves, like the Morning Melt Panini, savory breakfast burrito, or sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Or are you looking for some local flavor? Choose one of our local breakfast platters, like the Biggie Breakfast Platter. It's hearty, filling, and packed with island goodness. Start your day with Guam's best value for breakfast, only at Wendy's. Head on over today.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs. When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today. 747, Ray Gibson Show. Again, portions brought to you by the guys over at Subway. Did you pass by yesterday and say, what was Ray talking about? I told you it was a thing. Diet food. Not so much diet food, it's healthy food. Less than 500 calories in one of these 6-inch sandwiches that they've got, absolutely loaded with protein. And already described the magic that goes on when you start putting a lot of protein in your body, and that helps build up the muscle. As we age, you start losing muscle fast, and it's hard to replace too. So you got to make sure that you're always got some good proteins going into your system. And more muscles means more muscular activity. That means higher metabolism, and that means faster crushing of the calories that still exist in your body. Check it out. It's what all the doctors are saying, and now you've got a diet to back it up. Fit, fresh sandwiches from Subway.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Year-end cruises to bring visitors. Nestor Lecanto writing in the Guam Daily Post. Hundreds of visitors aboard 2 Japanese-flagged cruise ships are scheduled to arrive at the port of Guam on Tuesday and Wednesday on year-end cruises. The MS Asuka 3 will dock around 7. The Mitsui Ocean Fuji scheduled to arrive 7 o'clock Wednesday from Saipan, departing at 4 back to Japan. So it looks like very, very short time here on Guam. 7 Wednesday. In the morning, and then leaving at 4 o'clock. Doesn't sound like a lot of time to like run down and steal a towel from Dusitani, right?
No.
Doesn't sound like enough time to
That's
maybe
an in and out, man.
go and check out that little lounge over at the Hilton.
Well, that was nice.
Huh? Yeah. So we take them to the most industrial spot that we have on Guam. It's right there down at the commercial port of Guam, surrounded by containers from all over the place, and little vehicles going back and forth, and all of that. Why didn't we do this on the other side? There's I'm thinking like the Magunda side. It's deep enough there, on the other side of the breakwater. I'm just asking, and I will always make the push that we got to find somebody. We got to find a sweetheart investor out there somewhere. There's got to be one that we can con out of some money to do something with in the Agana side. Somewhere around Boat Basin, somewhere around the Paseo area. The Paseo is made from debris from the Second World War. You know that, right?
Oh, okay.
So why don't we just find some more debris? We'll build out a little bit more in that area. I don't want to say we'll push off the surfers. The surfers will appreciate it because we'll build up something else for them. But anyway, so we'll build out a little bit more at the point of the Paseo Park and make it so that a cruise ship could pull right up to it. We've got enough junk. We've got enough debris.
Pull right up.
We just. There's all these houses. There's all these buildings that we could bulldoze and use that to fill that up. Reclaim some land out there and put these big cruise liners right out there in Agana. So when they arrive at 7:00 in the morning, they can go bang straight out from there. Skinner Plaza, check out the museum, go and visit the homeless over in the Plaza de España, tour the Agana Cathedral Basilica, roll over Antigua, get themselves a beer, maybe Agana Shopping Center, do some shopping over. It costs you less when they get that opened up. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
See the lights over at the building, and from that, I mean that's the first hour.
Yes, and back on the boat.
That's the first hour.
Pat on the butt.
Bro, take them down at Timone. We'll take them up to GPO. We'll take them to Village of Donkey. We'll just all day long. And by the time they get on the ship at 4,
they're going to be tired.
Sunburned and hammered. Just that's what I want them to do.
There you go.
But you can't do it if they arrive at the commercial port at 7:00 in the morning and got to wait for a bus or a taxi or something like that to bring them north. So I'm just saying, I'm glad they're coming. I just wish that we had a little bit more of a package for them to do. When I was on the Alaska cruise, and it doesn't make me a great expert, I'm just saying, when I was on the Alaska cruise, they took me to a place and there was a pop-up. They had a pop-up at the thing, and I thought it was great. In fact, I bought myself a hot dog made from reindeer. Almost said octopus.
That's yummy.
Almost said octopus. And it was and the guy that I bought it from married to a woman from Guam. Happily married to a woman from Guam.
Yeah, poor man.
8 away from the top of the hour. Here's a guy's all likewise married to a woman from Guam. I don't know if he makes reindeer hot dogs. My Uncle Simon.
You had a deer dog, Ray? Hey, first off, we hope you had a wonderful Christmas head into the new year. But it's funny how we get into habits, right? So I just happened to look at my phone because I'm off island, and there's Joey saying, "Can you call?" And I looked at the time. I said, "It's 7:49, 7:50. This is the
perfect timing.
Part of the morning I'm reserved with Ray when he allows me in." And there you are talking about deer dogs, and I just spent way too much money on some shopping, but the boss is happy. She's shopping, and we're enjoying a little vacation off island. But it's interesting. Dave Tydinko and I and others have been talking about it's going to take time, but the development of a cruise industry where Guam is a hub for magnificent Micronesia, where a cruise ship can go along a number of islands because. As I think I wrote something that says, we can't be all things to all people, but as a region, we can be a pretty cool place. And you're right, the logistics, it's kind of build it and they will come, and the logistics will come. But trying to establish a cruise destination for Micronesia is something that I think the ship that just pulled in is sort of a sample of what could be. Now, some of the islands have to work on their ports and all that, in our lifetime, it ain't going to happen tomorrow. But it's something the region can think about being an attraction. Alaskan cruises didn't happen overnight either, right? That took a while to develop, but now it's an established tour, right? And I think your instincts are right about Guam could be a hub host, kind of like tours to the Hawaiian Islands, right? You come in Oahu, but you run around to the other islands. So, but it's funny. I was just reading an article yesterday in the Honolulu Advertiser about how people are leaving Honolulu because they cannot, Hawaii.
I just read that story.
Young people, yeah, they cannot afford to live here. So, sometimes we get frustrated at home and say, oh my God, we're terrible. We've got these issues. And yet a lot of places are dealing with these kinds of challenges of how do you keep your people, your young people, especially, to stay at home and take care of us aging people and contribute and make the place better, just like you and I were young. And I think we've helped make Guam better. We've probably made a few people angry, but by and large, we're still employed. I'm still elected, and your power bill's lower. I've been reading some of the Facebook posts, and they say I'm delusional and I'm in denial. I'm looking at my power bill from last year and this year, and it's lower. I don't know. Denial's a river in Egypt, but I don't know what delusions they're under. And then I find some of these posters. I was interacting with one off a PDN post. He lives in San Diego. I said, he's Chamorro, but he doesn't live in Guam. So what does he know about a power bill? But anyway, things are better, and at least on the power side, with even though we're paying for the new generator, it's on. It's a public-private partnership. The risk has been taken by the private partner. We start paying them in January, but as the goal was, even when you pay for the generator, the reduction in the amount of fuel we burn, plus the benefit of lower oil prices, the power bills in January of 26 are going to be 20 to 25% lower for everybody than they were in January 25, and that's a good thing, and that's what we want.
Well, it's money in my pocket, is literally, exactly. And I was talking about that a minute ago. I did not freak out when I got the notice from your computer at GPA that I was approaching 50 kilowatts for the day. It didn't freak me out like it did before because I know that my power bill generally is running a lot lower these days.
Yeah, and of course, it's a nice time of year. So, and if oil begins to go up, the nice thing is we've reduced the amount of fuel that we burn by a third. And that's the goal, right? I mean, fuel is the biggest part of the bill. If you want to attack your power bill, you better attack the biggest part of the bill. So anyway, I'm just checking in and as required.
Because we got there's tomorrow you're off on. We're not going to bug you. I just wanted to get the benediction, if you will. Close out 2025. The adventurous things that we've all been through. Maybe the top things that you were thinking about. And I think commissioning a new power plant is a real milestone. I wish a bigger deal could be made about that. I think it really is a big deal. In a great way. I'm not going to say that cap off a great career for John Beneventi. But if it works out that way, then what a great way to cap it out. But what else are we looking forward to for 2026? What's our big goal then?
Well, I mean, one, it's a huge election year, right? And you've got some great teams lining up to run, and the challenge for the voters is which is the team they think is best able to serve them and improve their lives and make Guam better. And so it'll be
you mean among the Republicans, right? You mean among the Republican candidates?
To me, if you want to run, here's the difference, because I know you don't want to run for office, but just deciding to run for office, and then once you're in there, to try to go for the gusto and go for the big seat, in every politician's career, there's a point where you make that decision, and some try and some fail, and some try and some make it. But just the fact that you got four teams, assuming Speaker Terlahi joins the race, well, I guess we'll have five teams, and the Dems are going to have three on their side. So lots of primary, lots of interest, but a different way to campaign than it used to be, and you're going to get lots of opinions from voters a lot more easily than before because of social media.
It's right there in your hands.
Who's able to convince the voters that of all these fine choices, who do you think is the best choice to make Guam better? No team is going to be perfect. And that article you were talking about, Hawaii's got challenges, and they've got governors and legislatures, and they got people leaving the island. They got infrastructure challenges. Some of the roads that I've been driving on, they ain't so good either. So, humans always raise challenges. And when someone says, I would like to try to lead and serve, I tip my hat for that. And then we say, okay, now who do I pick? And who's going to convince me that my vote should go in this direction rather than in that direction? Right. And then we listen to Ray, and you tell us what happened.
I would hope it's going to be as much fun this year as it has been in the past, with as many people that have thrown their hat in so many different rings. And I'm delighted to see that there's a whole bunch of people in the legislature that have decided to run for higher office, because that creates some new openings and new seats for some new thinkers, new younger thinkers. And I'm delighted to watch their ideas come out and see the light of day finally.
Yeah. The only bad news is I'm thinking of running for my 7th term, and some people will say, get Simon out of there. He's old. He's been there too long. But I still see the need, and I still have the passion to serve. And so I may be stupid enough to say, okay, let's try for my 7th term, because I'm grateful to work with the employees of GPA and GWA, and I'm mostly grateful to the voters who, when I've asked to be given an opportunity to serve, they say, even if some hold their nose, they say, okay, we'll give you a shot, or some will say, we'll give you the 6th shot, or maybe the 7th shot.
Yeah.
So
well, here's the thing. Until you can find somebody that you could personally anoint as your replacement, I'd keep running. I got to break away. I got the Fox News Live coming up. I appreciate you calling in long distance. We'll see you on the other side of 2026. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Ray, Donna D, and Joey, and your family of listeners on The Point.
Gotcha. Almost hit the post. There it is. KUSG, I got you.
Protecting a fragile peace. I'm John Saucier, Fox News. President Trump hosting a bilateral meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. This is the president's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida, trying to push a U.S.-brokered ceasefire in Gaza, which has been facing challenges moving into the second phase. Involves rebuilding Gaza under international supervision. President Trump says the war has been a disaster, explains Mr. Netanyahu is ready to end it.
What a mess it is. And it's been a mess for centuries, really. It's been a mess for a long time. It seems to be born for that, but we're gonna straighten it out.
The second phase of the ceasefire involves rebuilding Gaza under international supervision. Prime Minister Netanyahu says he's thankful to have President Trump as the leader for the United States.
We've never had a friend like President Trump in the White House. It's not even close. And I think you can judge that by not merely by the frequency of our meetings, but by the content and the intensity. I think Israel is very blessed.
So far, one of the 251 hostages taken have been released, either alive or dead. There is one remaining. Iran reportedly is developing chemical and biological warheads for its ballistic missiles. President Trump spoke to reporters before the meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, says the United States will attack Iran if the nuclear program continues.
Now I hear that Iran is trying to build up again, and if they are, we're going to have to knock them down. We'll knock them down. We'll knock the hell out of them, but hopefully that's not happening.
According to Iran International, missile infrastructure has been repositioned and expanded, with some launch assets reportedly moved to eastern Iran to reduce vulnerability. This report claims the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is exploring non-conventional warhead arrangements for long-range missiles. And the Pittsburgh Steelers not going to void DK Metcalf's $45 million in future guaranteed money. He was suspended 2 games for an interaction with a fan. America's listening to Fox News.
Celebrating the 176th-year anniversary of American President Lines. APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL Global Presence with a local home.
The United States took out a big Venezuelan facility on the country's coast. Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington with more.
The target was a dock area in Venezuela where President Trump alleges drugs are loaded onto boats.
We hit all the boats, and now we hit the area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement, and that is no longer around.
Speaking with reporters at Mar-a-Lago, the president would not offer details on the strike or say if it was carried out by the military or the CIA.
I know exactly who it was, but I don't want to say who it was. but it was along the shore.
Since launching strikes on alleged drug boats in September, President Trump has warned of potential attacks on land to disrupt drug cartels. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
We're learning more about New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani's inauguration plans to ring in the new year. Fox's Angelo Bavaro has more on this upcoming ceremony.
Zohran Mamdani is set to be sworn in during a private ceremony just before midnight on January 1st. Attorney General Letitia James will administer the oath of office. Later in the day, there will be a public ceremony on the steps of City Hall, along with a block party celebration. Fellow socialist Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders will do the swearing in then. According to the mayor-elect's campaign, it was Sanders' quote, unapologetic progressive values that inspired Mamdani to run for office. He will try to make good on those promises of free buses and free child care. Angelo Bavaro, Fox News.
Mamdani will be part of the New Year's Eve celebration in Times Square in New York City, where that new ball they put up is going to drop this week. They're organizing the global spectacle, and they test launched the confetti from the Planet Fitness Center stage today, getting ready for the party. Just make sure that confetti shoots.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year!
3,000 pounds of confetti for New Year's this year. I'm John Saucier, and this is Fox News.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
This February, skip the roses and give them a night they'll never forget. It's Subscribe to Love, happening February 13th, 2026 at the stunning Leo Palace Resort.
She's my sunshine in the rain.
Starring two of the smoothest voices on the internet, Jeremy Passion and Gabe Bunda.
Your fingers cross mine.
Together for one unforgettable night of music, vibes, and island romance. Couples, singles, and a whole squad. This is your Valentine's celebration. Tickets available now at guamtime.net. Make this Valentine's weekend unforgettable. Get set to subscribe to love.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's guamtime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend.
News this hour is brought to you by Family Finance.
Off today, it's 8:07. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A 53-year-old man is facing family violence charges following a November incident involving threatening messages. Police arrested Benjamin Charfers Jr. early yesterday morning after stopping him on a motorcycle. The investigation began on November 23 when Charfers fell off a ladder while hanging Christmas lights. He initially blamed a woman for the fall and sent her several threatening voice messages the next day. When questioned by officers, Charfers admitted the woman did not push him and confirmed he sent the threats. He was charged yesterday with family violence and was also cited for operating an unregistered motorcycle without a license. Meanwhile, a GDOE employee has filed a federal employment discrimination lawsuit against the agency and multiple officials. Carlos Townsell submitted the complaint in district court on December 18. The filing follows a notice from the EEOC, which declined to pursue the case but granted Townsell the right to sue. He was a teacher at JQ San Miguel Elementary School and names GDOE, Jesse Nassis, and Margaret Cruz as defendants. His claims include allegations of retaliation and unequal terms of employment. Townsville had a 90-day window to file the lawsuit after the federal investigation ended. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
The newly opened August supermarket in Tamuning is at risk of closing by early 2026 if sales do not improve. Manager Justin Azuzu says the store is struggling with inconsistent business, high rent of $37,000 per month, and electrical issues. The business is an expansion of a Saipan-based family company, but Azuzu says operating on Guam is much more difficult. Challenges include slower delivery times from wholesalers and different government regulations. To attract more customers, the store is currently offering a promotion where shoppers who spend at least $20 can receive free home goods and toys. The supermarket recently began accepting EBT to help boost its revenue. And student-run companies are finishing their final sales events before the Junior Achievement Company of the Year competition on January 24. Nearly a dozen youth-led companies have sold handmade products at GPO, Donkey, and Micronesia Mall throughout the holiday season. The top two teams will win a trip to South Korea in March to represent Guam in a regional contest. Students say competing alongside adult vendors has helped them learn professional marketing and business strategy. They are now focusing on their final reports and judge interviews. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Okay, I'll get around to doing that. Simon, referring to an article that I read bits and pieces of to you a little bit earlier from the Hawaii News that says 75% of local workers are considering leaving the state. Cost of living, baby. Cost of living, and can you imagine? They've got everything going for them. They got Waikiki, Kalakaua, all of these places, and a great tourism industry, and they've got military there, Pearl Harbor, etc. They got all of they dealt a great hand of cards, but it is still among the most expensive places to live in the United States of America, and you need some dough. This is just to get by. Just to get by, on average, you need to have somewhere around 72, 73 grand a year, maybe even more. I think the number that I was looking at is higher. The new survey found the reported financial pressure to leave begins to decrease for houses with an annual income of $150,000 or more. It used to be $100,000, but now household income $150,000. If you aren't making that money between you and your wife or you and your husband, there's a lot of people that are thinking that we're not going to be able to make it at all. $150,000, that cover a lot of nut here on Guam, though. Huh? You think? So far.
Priced out of paradise.
That's it. Yes. So what's my favorite line? When you guys got here, you had all the Bibles, we had all the land. Now we have all the Bibles, and you have all the land. 8:11 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Somebody asked for weather. Let me see what I can find for Christmas Eve weather. Partly sunny today with highs near 86 degrees. East-northeast winds blowing up to about 18 miles an hour in gusts. See the same thing tonight, except it'll be cooler, 77 degrees. Mostly sunny tomorrow, which will be the actual Christmas Eve with highs near 85. Sorry, New Year's Eve. Highs around 85 degrees. I told you it's that wicked time of the year where I'm not sure what day it is because the calendar just all lumps in together in my head. Partly cloudy tomorrow night with overnight lows of about 76 degrees. I wanted to make a pitch while I have a second, while I've got your attention here for a second. And it was something that me and some friends, even younger friends of mine, were talking about last night with regard to New Year's celebrations and the fireworks. Can we have the fireworks at like 8? Can we do? We'll call it the midnight fireworks.
There you go. Yeah,
we'll give it that name.
Like vigil.
Like a vigil. the fireworks vigil.
Yeah, because we're nodding off already.
I can't do it.
We're trying. We're holding on, man.
I cannot do it. There's no way that I can do it. I know exactly where I want to be, and I know exactly who I want to be hanging out with. But at the same time, I'm going, if we do the fireworks at 8, we'll be done at 8:30. I can go home, have a couple more beers, maybe watch a little bit of TV, and then doze off by about 9:15. 9:30 at the latest. Right? I'll be back into pillow. You wake up the next morning. And you know what? I'm going to say this. As I've gotten older, the idea of being somewhere on New Year's morning is a bigger deal. So I like to be
Jail.
On jail. Yes. In the clink.
I want to be in jail on New Year's
I'll be in
morning.
jail with Jennifer. But anyway, so I got to throw that back. Where were we? So I want to be someplace. I'd say someplace special. I'll just I'll say it like this. It'll be on the eastern side of the island.
Where the sun comes up.
Where the sun comes up.
Aww.
The first sunrise of the year, eastern side of the island, is a great place to go and watch it. Now, what's the name of that beach in Jotnia that everybody, where the druggies go?
There you go, Tagacheng.
Tagacheng.
Yeah.
Tagacheng is a great place. I know some people that for the first time ever started hanging out at Tagacheng on New Year's morning. And so, pro tip, get there early.
Oh, yeah.
Get there.
Packed.
It's packed.
Yeah.
The place will pack up fast, and it's going to be a ton of Orientals taking pictures of them and the sunrise of the first of 2026, where America's 250th birthday begins. I'm serious.
Yes, happy birthday, America.
But why isn't Guam making a bigger deal
let
about
yourself go?
This is where the America's 250th birthday begins. Is here on Guam, and you'd think that we'd make a bigger deal about that one way or the
They're
other.
working on a press release right now.
Is it? Do you suppose? Are they at the base? Are we doing this on base? We got a new Marine barracks here. We got a new. We have Old Navy base and an Old Air Force base. We got all these Army guys running around. Would they feel more prideful about the land that they live in? Tanui Mentamoro here on Guam. Would they feel better about being here on Guam on New Year's if they knew that we were the beginning of the 250th birthday of the United States of America? I wonder who at Adelup dropped the ball on that. So here's the weather for actual New Year's Day. Mostly sunny. Highs near 86 degrees. Winds east 11 to 16 miles an hour. Gusting as high as 21. We got mostly sunny on New Year's Eve. We got mostly sunny on New Year's Day. Sunrise on New Year's Day, I'm going to say it's going to be about 6:44. That's how I'm going to put about 6:44. Now, the reason why I tell you this is because I'm telling everybody to leave early, and you're going to go, oh, man, we got to get out there early because Ray said leave the house early. Okay, so early for me is like 5. And what normally happens is I'll show up someplace on the eastern side of the island waiting for the sunrise, and it's still an hour and a half away. So you might want to bring breakfast. You might want to bring some coffee with you, and make it a couple hours worth of making some new memories for 2026. That's all the weather you need. It's already 8:16. This is the Ray Gibson Show.
This season, KFC turns up the flavor with the all-new KFC Hot Honey Wings. Crispy, juicy KFC wings drizzled in that perfect mix of sweet honey and just the right spicy kick. One bite, and you're hooked. Crave bold flavor the KFC way. Order now on KFCGuam.com or visit your nearest KFC on Guam. KFC Hot Honey Wings. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Hey, it's the Ray Gibson Show, 817 portions brought to you by American President Lines, APL, a global presence with a local home. And you know where you got some great local grind waiting for you? It's from the guys over at Marina Grill. Great food ideas for whenever you're hungry. And I'm thinking, well, the first weekend of 2026, maybe think about having a breakfast on the west side of the island over there in Agate. Point the car down in that direction. And when you get to the marina, that's where you need to go to find some great breakfast and some great people and some awesome prices on some really, truly fantastic gourmet quality food. Check it out today at Marina Grill.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 888-8255. 8 Cloud Dancer. Pantone's color for 2026, the lofty white neutral with an aerated presence. Huh? How's that sound, Joe?
Perfect.
Yeah.
We'll take 10 gallons.
I'm thinking. Okay,
We'll take 10 gallons.
What now? What kind do you want to get, sir? This is the one that always throws me when they say, "All right, what kind of paint do you want?" I said, "Like that Cloud Dancer white paint," because Tessa said that's the color.
There you go. Interior, exterior.
Okay, so I wanted interior.
There you go.
So is it flat or satin?
We add some metallic flake into that.
Like Michelle Pierre. Okay, so here's
the candy apple white.
So here's what I found out painfully. I thought satin would be the one to go with. And here's the thing: I live in a house that's easily 50 years old, and it has had a number of paint jobs over the course of the 50 years. And there's at least 2 or 3 of the paint jobs that it's had on the inside. Yeah. Zero scraping, but plenty of holes. Like they tried to scrape over here, but they failed at the scrape. They just kind of gave up, And so I've got these pockets, and there's the wrinkles. So here's the thing about satin paint: don't buy satin paint for anything unless you are an expert, because satin paint will show off every mistake that you've made. Every little extra teardrop of paint that you didn't otherwise clean up, that's going to show. That will be there permanently once it hardens. And once you see it, you will not be able to unsee it until you go out there and repaint again. So there is a possibility that there might be some of this Cloud Dancer on my walls, but it's going to be flat, because I don't want to see any of the mistakes and the lousy paint jobs that we had back in the day. 8:20 in the morning. It's the radio. I was looking for something else online. I want to spend a minute talking about hospitality, because that's where so many of my friends make their living, is in the hospitality industry, and they've had better years. We know this. I got somebody sent me a thing. Oh, it was Phil that sent me a visual here that I put in the meme machine that I'm going to find here in just a moment. Is it this one here? Or there's Jenny Lynn. But sorry. Is it this? No. Hold on. Maybe I didn't send it to me. I don't know. It was an image of destinations in Asia and the number of visitors that they have had in only an 8-month time frame, from January to August of 2025. And the numbers are insane. The numbers are absolutely insane. I've got it now. I can put it up on the screen. Who's that? Who's bugging me now?
I don't know, but I want to pet his dog.
Hey. I still don't know who we're talking about. Oh, that's Frank.
Can I pet your dog?
Wait, okay, so I'll get back to it in a second. But it said tourist arrivals. How many tourists did we get in the 8 months of 2025? Do you know?
100.
How are we doing on
maybe 120,000?
I'll check and see if the speaker knows. I'll see if the speaker knows. Buenos Aires. Have a classmate, Daryl Blas. How you doing?
Good morning, Ramon. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Well, almost. I'm grabbing you today because we're not going to get. I don't know about if I'll be able to get you tomorrow. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about where we've been in 2025. What stands out as interesting to you for 2025, and maybe a benediction and predictions of what 2026 holds for all of us Guamanians. What do you think?
Well. First off, from the legislative standpoint, I think that what we've done is we put processes in to ensure that, before a bill gets debated on the floor, we've had the conversations with the community and the stakeholders and those that are going to be directly involved in not just the enforcement, but, what the bill would entail as far as activity and action. Mm-hmm. And, there was a little rough spots, in being able to accept. Of course, change is never readily accepted.
I wouldn't refer to your change, Mr. Speaker, as tectonic, but noticeable for sure, and less of I think less of a reactive legislature than you and I had growing up.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted to do. Is first off, we got to recognize that we have a responsibility in government, and there are a lot of times that legislation is proposed for us, and they say, it's the legislature's fault for this, or the legislature's going to do that. Well, we don't handle the enforcement. We don't handle how the policy is implemented. We help to create the policy. We give the tools necessary for it, and how it gets done is actually done by the executive branch. And at the same time, while there are issues that have to be debated and they're in court, the legislature is not going to be used as a tool to circumvent a judicial process. If it's there, let it go through the process, and then whatever the courts decide, if there's a decision that a law or a provision has to be changed, then we'll do as such. But we're not going to be the ones that we don't govern from the legislative seats. That's one of the major things that we wanted to put in play. And then we started to migrate, and as you know, we're going into a performance-based budgeting process where we hold the agencies responsible for the monies that they got from the people. We got to recognize that this money belongs to the people, and the customers and the people that the government serves is the people. It's not the other way around.
Right.
So
Thank
we
you.
want to make sure that grows, that continues to be the mindsets moving forward. That's what you should expect from your legislature, and the legislature. This is your role. Don't cross that boundary. Don't act like a judge, and don't act like a governor. Okay, you are a senator. You need the majority of your colleagues to be able to agree with you. Work on that as opposed to wanting to tell agencies how to do their jobs.
So let me bring something up here that I think irks a lot of people. It's the holidays, and everybody gets the idea, and we all work hard all year long, and we come in and do a morning radio show most of the year, and then it gets to be Christmas, and we took Christmas off and came back on Friday, and it's going to be New Year's day after tomorrow. We're going to take that off, but we're coming back on Friday. I think there were a lot of people that were looking in the private sector, looking at the way they handle holidays, and then the governor, without so much as a nod in the direction of the legislature, decides that all of the government of Guam now gets a 5-day holiday, a 5-day weekend. And you talk about performance basing. How do we base the performance of the government of Guam on behalf of the taxpayers, the citizens of the community, knowing that there's at least 3 days in this holiday period for which we've got nothing to show for it except monies and paychecks?
And that's a very good question. And right now, as it exists, there really exists no metrics, no method to be able to look at that performance, to measure that performance. Okay, and that's the things. That's the system we want to be able to put in. It's not a matter of now just giving money and saying, okay, run your operations. Well, what entails that? What do you need, and what was it for? What are those expectations that we are that we should expect as a result of the funding that you're going to receive, and be able to justify this? Other than just the regular budgetary process, we're going to be doing this for any appropriation, any request for additional appropriation or supplemental appropriation. Wait a minute, what's it for?
What's it going to? Is it going to fund some more of these long weekends? Where nothing gets done?
Those are those measures that we want to put in place so that there is a way to be able to measure the performance, okay? And so that if you do want to have the days off, wait a minute, what about the work that's necessary? How is that going to be accomplished in lieu of being able to provide, this additional day off? Okay, it's not to say that will it ever happen again? Possibly could, but there's going to be now you've got to be able to, for lack of a better term, justify it, so that you don't have to worry about, okay, if I don't do this, I can tell you a horror story of people who had to alter schedules, and even within the agencies, so they can meet certain mandates because of the unexpected break in work.
Yeah. Well, and many of the people that needed the product of those departments and agencies likewise had to get some hustle in when it got to be the day before Christmas Eve. Because then if they found, wait a second, I was thinking maybe I could come in and get this done tomorrow. But no. That's when the break starts for GovGom employees. So they got to hustle and move mountains in order to get whatever is required of them from the government. Maybe among the things that we ought to look at in 2026 are ways that we might be able to make the government a little bit more efficient and a little bit more business friendly. I was looking at something, the regular working hours over at Customs, and I think I need to do some business over there because I got a use tax bill I've got to pay, right? And so there's no link on my invoice. I can't pay it online, so I actually have to go there. And I think they're closed at lunch, which might be the only time I can go there to pay my use tax.
Yeah, again, it's looking at how government is operating, especially in this age of technology. And you're right. That's a perfect example. It's one thing to say you're closed for lunch, but the last time I checked, Google and the internet doesn't take lunch breaks. And so why can't we use that process? Why can't we use that platform to be able to conduct business? It becomes very convenient for the end user. It becomes convenient for the people.
Then I want to hear what BIT has got to say to justify their existence.
Well, then that's again performance-based budgeting. Okay.
I want to hear what they got to say. Tell me how we've taken Guam with as much money as they've gotten in the Bureau of Information Technology. How much have we taken Guam into a place where we can interact with the government, pay our bills, get our registrations, our certifications online.
That's right. That's right. And those are those questions that are going to be asked in our ability to be able to move to performance-based budgeting. A lot of people say, I've heard that there's a scare. Oh my gosh, what are they trying to do? Well, we're trying to make government more efficient, make you work and provide productive time in your workspace, so that there isn't these long lines, there isn't these waits. There's some clarity as to what the people should expect of its government. Again, it's the government that works for the people, not the other way around.
Well, so let's zero base some laws too. Let's take a look at some of the things. I mean, so why do I need to get a new driver's license at all? It's not like I'm going to forget how to drive. I'm not being tested year after year. So why do I need to go back now every 5 years? Why don't we just, you get a driver's license, and if we're going to use that as a form of identification, how about we do renewals every 20 years instead of every? I think I'm on the 5-year plan now for my driver's license. Why do we need to do that? Why does a car need to be registered every single year? We got out from under doing it for new cars for a couple of years, but is there? Maybe there's another. Maybe we ought to look at some of the enabling and enacted legislation and go, okay, I don't think we need this anymore.
And this process gives the government the opportunity to be able to justify and validate why some of these things exist. You're right. One of the things that I put together when we first came on board was a commission made up of primarily business owners and those that are involved in business, to be able to look at many of the laws that we have that are in the books that pertain to how government or business interact with government and vice versa. And what we're finding is that not only are these laws antiquated, with some even referring to Angora and Kashmir sheep and goat. All right, which you can't even find that on Amazon right now. But we've got laws that basically pertain to that. What does it do, and is it necessary? And if it isn't necessary, let's strike it from the book so that it doesn't become confusing or ambiguous in its interpretation or how it's supposed to affect government. There are at least 8 different titles within the Guam Code annotated that relate to business activity. If you can recall, also, 5 years ago, I had created the legislation that created the Criminal Law and Procedure Review Committee, that's just two titles in the Guam Code annotated, and that it's turning to be a very daunting task, but a necessary task, so that we can make sure that our laws, our criminal laws, first off, are relevant and enforceable, as well as can be adjudicated properly. And so, if we're going through that, I saw that there was a need to be able to do that too in our business laws.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an ongoing process. You're right, and the way I started is, okay, guys, you're the ones that have to deal with business owners. You're the ones that have to deal with government, and to be able to not just to start a business, but to maintain and sustain a business. What are those roadblocks, or what are those hiccups, and how can we fix it? And we've identified certain areas right now already, and there's legislation to be able to address that, and this will help to make those processes.
Looking forward to some movement on those in 2026. There's quite a lot of work to be done, and then there's just the unmatopping of Guam. There needs to be a committee formed that unmatoppings Guam. I was talking with somebody, and there was a bill that he needed to pay. And they said, is this for your house or your business? And he says, what's the difference? He says, well, if it's for your house, then you can use cash. You can use any credit card you want to. But if it's for your business, then you can only use a Discover card. And I thought, what the hell? Not everybody has a Discover card. What do you mean? Same thing happened to you? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, for business. Are you talking about Power?
Yeah.
Yeah, either MasterCard or Discover. Just those two things.
I don't have either.
Right. So like I said, we need a committee to go out there and look for all of the matopping policies that have been put together, because laws and bills are one thing that you know of, right? But there are there's all kinds of other rules and regulations that have been put into place by departments and agencies in the government of Guam that have never been vetted by an actual legislature. I think there's an actual ruling out of Congress that says there's a whole lot of rules and regulations came out of departments and agencies in the federal government that are going to be eliminated because they did not come with any congressional authority.
That's right, and these are the things that we need to be able to look at. And agencies, what are those? You've been mandated, or you've had laws enacted so that you can be able to provide this service. And so where are we with that? Is this something that's necessary? Are you doing this? Why aren't you doing this? All these questions need to be asked. Talk about matopping this, all right? I dub it the $241.75 saga that I've had to deal with since as far back as 2015, I think. Mm-hmm. With the government in Guam, every year that I have to renew the business license for my insurance company. And every year I have to justify that I paid you $241.75. Here's my receipt. Mm-hmm. Here's my stamped copy. Here's my canceled check that shows you guys deposited. And every year they ask, sir, you owe, they say, sir, you owe $241.75.
How do you get that off the database? It's going to follow you around forever.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Okay, guys, what's going on here? And why do we have to continue to do this? And that's just but one story of many stories, I'm sure. You can spend a whole day on your talk show talking about, the matoppingness. I mean, good characterization of it, the matoppingness of having to deal with it.
It's one of my favorite words. It's one of my, and unfortunately, I find I'm saying, especially in this administration, I find I'm saying it even more. But that's not to say that it's only this administration that is matopping. I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate you, Frank, on your victory in the primary Republican primary election, because you and I are both fans of Octopus, and so I'm glad that your now vocal support for the octopus-loving community here on Guam will be heard. Congratulations on the victory.
Okay, you just took this conversation out to right field.
What did Mary say?
You just took this conversation out to right
field. Come on, everybody was waiting for me to get there. They're like, come on, Ray, that's your classmate. He's going to tell you. He'll tell you. A very special.
I tell you what.
Okay.
And when the time is right, I will touche you.
Okay, fine. Okay, looking forward to it. I know very little about the actions, etc. What is going to take place, what the discussions are. I will expect a very special announcement sometime in 2025, and I think at that special announcement in 2025 there needs to be some Kelligwin Gumpson.
Okay. Tell that to Rod.
Is he in charge?
Touche.
All right, buddy. I'll see you pretty soon. 8:38 in the morning. Hug and a kiss to Tilly. Happy New Year, man.
Okay, Happy New Year to you. Belated Merry Christmas, buddy.
Yeah, anytime. All right, there it is. My classmate Frank Blas Jr. asked Mary. I don't know. I try not to bug her. I try not to. But here's the thing. So Frank clearly reserved sense of humor. He's got one. He's got one, but it's you gotta dig a little bit to get there. And Mary, among the best money people there has ever been in the entire government of Guam, and everybody complains we don't have any money. We don't have any money. Trust me, she'll be able to find the money, and she'll be able to. I don't want to say that my expectations for a Frank Blas Mary Okada Adelup governorship. I'm not going to say that I want a Doge-like atmosphere. I'm going to wait until somebody else says it and then agree completely. Maybe I'll just say it. That's what I want. I want Mary Okada. If she's going to be the lieutenant governor of Guam, we can find somebody to do all of the other lieutenant governor crap, right? I want you to be the lieutenant governor of fine, fraud, and waste and abuse. And I'll find you. What do we need? A bunch of autistic kids from college.
There
right?
you go.
And we'll keep them hyped up on Mountain Dew and coffee and all of that stuff. Anyway, so
Adderall.
What's that? Adderall, right? Well, we'll find a whole bunch, and we'll just go and look through all of the nonsense. Dave Duenas, let's be honest. This issue is all about economics. Our government depends heavily on revenue from vehicle licensing and registration, which is why renewing every year continues. A better idea would be to license and register vehicles every 5 instead of yearly. It would save residents time, money, and frustration. But will it happen? Realistically, it's unlikely because the government doesn't want to give up that steady stream of cash. In the end, it comes down to priorities, helping the people or protecting government income. Sadly, we already know which one usually wins. Well, they're going to have to find a way to either eliminate what that money is spent for, that we need it on a regular basis, that I need to go someplace, what are the steps I got to take? I got to go wash the truck. And then I got to take it to one of a bunch of businesses, and there was a brilliant idea. It was taking the inspections away from the government of Guam. That has made for a nice little handy inspection industry that we have here on Guam. Go through the process, click, honk the horn, make the lights bright, do all of that stuff, and eventually I get the win, and then it goes to the Department of Revenue and Tax Motor Vehicle Division. And I got to say, they've gotten this part correct, where they will hook up with my insurance company, get the numbers from Dave, and then they've got the figures that say the car is still legit to drive around, and then bang, I get my new registration. Now, I've earlier been talking about, I think a priority for Guam would be a new design for our license plates, something that will bring pride to the people of Guam. That doesn't look like clip art. That looks like somebody put some imagination into this, that took some pride in the kind of views that we have when we wake up in the morning or we go to sleep at night, some of the things that we are most proud of here, and find a way to put that on the plate. And then on the other hand, my friend Nick Perlowski says, why do you want to do that? You know, people don't know anything about, we can't even get them to put the sticker in the right place. We can't even get people to put the dang sticker in the right place. There's a hole. There's a square.
You can put it anywhere you want.
No.
It becomes a border for some license plates.
Yeah, well, there's people that own their cars long enough, but this is not. It's not for that. That's not why we give you another sticker. It's not like it's not like my coffee thing. That's all over the. It's not a sticker collection. That's right. It's just you get a new sticker, and then the cops can look at it right away and not have to scan the entire the entire license plate to find the right one. Now, I submit to you that back in like Carl Gutierrez, Joe Additime. That was the last time we had nice driver's license plates out there. There's one. I like this one because it's kind of a flat design, but it's got lattice stones. That's cool. There's one with a Carabao in it. Right? Talking about how the connection between the old ways of transportation and the new ways of transportation. Who doesn't love Carabao?
Get off the road.
Exactly. That's it, Boomer. Let me see. Where's the... Hold on, somebody's agreeing with me on something else.
We need a new one, man.
Now, this one here will take you back from a long time. This is what license plates looked like when I was a kid. From about 1970 to 72, license plates looked like this. Green background, because Guam is green.
Wow, yeah.
What?
It's very UOG.
No, you're looking at it in yeah, it's a very UOG green. Thank you very much. And yellow. It's got lattice stones in it and numbers, and it had years on it, and a little square thing where you could put your sticker.
Oh, there it is, a framing.
And the phrase that we all grew up with, that apparently we ignore now because, I don't know, what is it? They hate America. They don't want to celebrate the 250th anniversary. It actually said, America's Day begins in Guam, USA.
Wow, yes.
Right?
Nobody likes the morning.
Proud to be American.
We are proud.
Guamanians in USA. 8:44 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. I'm just saying even that one looks like somebody spent a couple of minutes and tried to imagine something that was going to look good on our cars. We just need to go back to something like that. I want Guam license plates to just jump, and that's me. 8:44, Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines. You ready to go? All right, we'll do it after these.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
You gonna phone it in? Gonna phone in that last newscast?
Yeah, might as well.
Might as well. I don't know about you, but we got a kind of a crazy Friday vibe going on here. I had a big chunk of it yesterday, and it's not even Friday. It's only Tuesday on the show, but rocking our way into the last hours of 2025. And with a look at news from the last few hours of 2025, here's Don D. What's going on?
Police are still looking for 30-year-old Benjamin Ferrer Jr. for questioning in a robbery and vehicle theft. He is 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighs 230 pounds, and has multiple tattoos. He is a person of interest in a Manila robbery and a Dedido car theft. He was last seen in the Dedido area. Officials warned the public not to approach him. Call 911 or GPD dispatch at 475-8615 with any information. Meanwhile, GDOE is holding a 2-day training to improve classroom access for deaf and hard of hearing students. In partnership with the National Deaf Center, the program supports K-12 interpreters and teaches strategies for student-centered instruction. With only 4 interpreters and 2 aides currently, GDOE aims to expand staff qualifications and grow the pool of future interpreters. The training continues today at GDOE HQ. And scientists have discovered 20 new marine species in the deep waters off Guam. Researchers retrieved monitoring structures that were submerged 330 feet deep for 7 years to collect biodiversity data. Researchers recorded 2,000 specimens, 100 previously undocumented, and noted warming trends in the twilight zone. The project will expand across the Pacific over the next 2 years. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
I got you. 8:47 in the morning. Celebrity birthday number 1. Are you ready?
Yeah.
John Voight.
Oh, this was yesterday?
There you go.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
the
no,
dad.
because it's the same today.
That's the dad.
It's he was born on December 29th. Even though it's the 30th here, it's still the 29th in states where the San Francisco 49ers kick Bears' ass. Where was it? Ted Danson from Cheers.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
how old are you?
Saving Private. He's old. Ted Danson's 78 years old.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Remember
yeah.
Three Men and the...
Yeah, I think he was in that one as well. She was just here. Yvonne Elliman.
She was
There you
just
go.
here. I was still on Boss when she was just here. That was a long
She
time
just
ago.
got released.
No.
She just
came
got
back?
busted, released,
There
and
was-
now she's gone.
There was a big wedding.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Okay.
week
so
before
this is
last.
not the drug one. I mean...
No, this is the drug one.
It is?
No, but it's not. I'm not making a reference to her drug
okay.
issues here on Guam.
Did she sing for the wedding?
Yes, she sang for
Wow,
the wedding.
cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because her lawyer was the guy getting married. The guy that.
There you go, dead
Michael
paid.
Phillips.
Dead paid.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm kidding. Don't get me, sir.
But she had a sweetheart deal. What was it? It was just marijuana, right?
Yeah.
I think.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? I thought it was.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, see.
It was
I don't know.
something
See, it was-
scheduled
Allegedly.
to.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at any rate, my recollection is she got busted and everything, and then they sent her back to Hawaii after she was done with the show here or whatever, and so she had to do jail, but it was like weekend jail.
Yeah.
It was like weekend 8 to 5.
Oh, that kind.
Yeah, but you don't even go where the actual criminals are. It's like you were in their
stay in
office.
the waiting room?
Yeah, like the waiting room or something like that. Like somebody gets
That's
you coffee.
torture, though. That's a long time to be bored.
And to have the internet in Hawaii. Paula Poundstone, the comedian, is 66 years old, and that's it for celebrity birthdays. If you're looking for something to celebrate, it's Cello Day.
Oh, Jane Kennedy.
Yeah, you my cello.
Get on the Scales Day, Pepper Pot Day, and Still Need to Do Day. I don't know, Pepper Pot. They had like that pepper lunch thing. That's
There
what I
you
think
go. I
that's
like
the.
that. Yeah.
And TikTok Day. Anybody remember TikTok? TikTok, back in the day, Marine Corps Drive, was the place. I blew so much money at
TikTok.
and the Sidwani's
Yes,
place.
I give you a good price, my
They
friend.
give you a good price, and you could go in there. They had it was before cell phones, before
had
like
calculators.
iPhone.
I remember that place.
There was calculators, watches, Walkman. We got Walkman.
Texas Instruments.
Oh, it was
Oh,
all
my
great.
gosh.
Yeah, they had a thing. It was the precursor of, I want to say, a phone like the kind that we have now. It was a Casio device. I want to say it was called a Wizard, and it would sync up you put the database on the computer, and it would sync up, and then you had something that you were walking around with. It opened up, and then that was what you had to remember phone numbers, because back in the day, we didn't have like Google Contacts or anything like that. So if you have somebody that you had a phone number for, or an address, and dare I say, email. Did they have that back in those days? That was a real fun device, kind of a game changer. And there's so many different ways that you could configure it, because they had little cards that you could buy, little cards that you go in and load up all kinds of software. Fun time, and that was like the only place on Guam where you could buy high-tech goodies at the time. 8:51 in the morning, kind of the beyond the box of its time, if you will. Anyway, 8:51 in the morning. There was a couple other things I wanted. I think that's it for you.
Okay, bye.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. And then tomorrow's New Year's Eve.
See you next year.
Yeah. No, it's not see you next year time.
Okay.
Not yet. Not
All
yet.
right.
There was this at the bottom of a bunch of stories that says, not long after New Year begins, Girl Scout cookies will be on sale. As in, again?
Yeah. It's
Who's
like the
our-
second basket they pass around at church.
I never have enough money
I
for the
think
first
so.
one. I never had enough. Those are the days TikTok to rent movies, said Jerome McDonald. Smug Wimp says, I saw Yvonne Elliman back in the 70s. Great voice. We had, I remember when she came once to the radio, I did an interview with her. It was one of those interviews where we were like scheduled for 10 or 15 minutes because she was, quote, busy. And we ended up doing the entire hour, and a lot. It was like a lot of it was music, obviously, and her stuff, and Jesus Christ Superstar, and what little I know about that crap. But it was kind of nice to have somebody in the room that could reminisce, if you will, about a certain time and a certain day and age. And when she was making hit songs like for the movie Saturday Night Fever. In those days, and it was a different kind of time, and it was kind of fun to be able to reminisce with somebody from around that time. D. Wayne Paredo says the basket goes 3 times now at church.
Nice. It's tough times.
Power, water, food.
Holy water.
Lawsuits. 8:52. All right, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the hospitality industry, and there's enough time for me to make a couple of points here. So I received from Phil a graphic, tourist arrivals in Southeast Asia, and look, it's for a narrow period on the calendar, January to August of 2025, and you've got places like the Philippines with 3.96 million visitors. And I tell you what, between January and August, I was one of those visitors about 4 times, right? Indonesia, 10.4 million. Singapore, 11 million. Vietnam, 13.9 million visitors. Nice. Malaysia, 28.24 million visitors in just 8 months of 2025. Thailand, 21 million. Almost 22 million people went to go and visit Thailand. I know.
Don't do it.
We know. Yes, Joe. One Night in Bangkok.
You're right.
Is the song that's playing around in my head as I'm seeing it. But anyway, so we've got look at all of those numbers. And then I said, well, gee, how many did we get on Guam in FY 2025? 700. Yeah, 721,000. Lower than 2024.
We didn't break 1 million.
We did not break 1 million. We didn't break 1 million. Korea has experienced drops with reports of very low passenger counts on some flights. Here's a story I printed out. Discounts mean more reasons to go. Just 3 passengers on a 180-seat flight with empty seats, allowing travelers to lie down in economy class. Hey. Guam has earned the nickname Lie-conomy, a blend of lie and economy. And it's not economy like it's business and finance, right? It's economy as in economy class. Lie-conomy, the unusual situation has arisen due to an oversupply of flights and declining demand. Nevertheless, Guam remains an attractive destination, especially in the cold winter months when few places can compare. To meet early year travel demand, Air Seoul has partnered with 4-star Guam Reef Hotel and HKT Rent-A-Car. They will cover flights, accommodations, transportation all at once. Air Seoul passengers can book the Guam Reef Hotel at exclusive lowest rates with a special discount code. So we've got some green shoots here in all of this. Lovely promotion that they're talking about to take advantage of this Lie-conomy seats that they've got plenty of. Yesterday I was talking about the difference in the 4X that the American dollar is rather weak in Korea right now, and people are going out and they're booking in Korean won, obviously. Trying to get the best deal as possible. And I told you yesterday that there are places where the Koreans are going to buy $100 bills because it's an investment. They're basically buying low with the feeling that eventually it's going to get high again, and they might be able to make some money in the difference. 1,434 won against the dollar today. It was 1442. It's not the lowest it's been in the year. June, it was way lower than it is right now, but perhaps that will be sufficient enough for them to drive them. Yes, Korean hot pat visitors, Jerome McDonald. That's what we're looking for. The other numbers that we like to look at, might as well give you the numbers report here and find out where the market is, because I didn't actually have anything else planned for right now. Joe, do you have anything else planned for right now?
No.
All right, Groovy. Good man. Thank you very much. I got S&P 500 off by about 24 points this morning. NASDAQ drifting down 119. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average losing about 250 points, but still way over 48,000. So I'm still happy about that. Monies that I socked away might be doing a whole lot better now. Even when the numbers are red, doing way better than they did during the Biden administration. Where's the Nikkei? 50,000. The Hang Seng Index likewise unchanged, about 25,000. Shanghai Index is up by a point. VIX is up by half a point, and the DAX picked up 11 points. So not a whole lot by way of movement in a whole lot of the markets. Did anybody do well today? Who's the biggest? Who's the smallest loser? They're all about the same here. NASDAQ numbers. Micron Technology is in the green. Verisk Analytics, Diamondback, Intel, and T-Mobile round out the top 5 there. If you're doing some commodities buying, gold was looking pretty sweet yesterday, but it lost some gas here today. So 4,340 43.43 for an ounce of gold. Silver lost about $7 overnight, about $70 for a bar of silver. And if you're buying oil, $58.08. It was 56 yesterday. Yeah, 56.74 yesterday, 58.08 today. I don't like to see the numbers drift up around 60, so we need to push that back down so we don't have to worry about another LIAC adjustment that takes us in the wrong direction. As I said, Forex looking pretty sweet for the South Koreans, 1,434. Maybe that will help them buy those special rates on those special planes coming out here. $58. I'm sorry, 58.83. That's pesos against the dollar, so about the same as it was yesterday. And the Japanese yen, a little bit weaker against the dollar, 156.5 yen against the greenback. And you can go to Japan on that kind of money, but I'm going to tell you, you will spend all of it. Any difference that you're going to get in foreign exchange between here and Japan, dollars to yen, you're going to spend all of that difference in little pocket heaters for your hands. Because everybody's
cold,
bro. They're in Korea. I told you my daughter went to Korea, and there's pictures. I asked her to take pictures, but honestly, I don't know which one is her. Because everybody's covered. They got the
Bundled
mufflers.
up.
Yeah, I can see. I can make out. It's like the opposite of those Islamic dresses. I can only make out, because it's festive, right? I can only make out eyes. That's how I know one of them might be my daughter. I'm just not sure which one. And a Bitcoin numbers 87,005 yesterday. What's a new number today?
87,246.
All right, it doesn't look like it's going to be a big end to a Bitcoin year. 8:59 and change the radio station is KUSG again, 93.3. We are The Point. Something you want to talk about. As we always say, 888-8255. We'll happily take you onto the radio with us. If you want to send in a meme, 797-8255. That's the way to do that. And if anything else, if ever, just leave a comment on Facebook and YouTube. In fact, I'm going to be reading some of those comments now while the news is playing in the background. Real Joe's going to push some buttons. We'll find out what the latest and greatest is on Fox Radio Network and get caught up with Joe Nuggan Sharpers and our news team over at KUAM TV. That's all ahead. Stay there.
They're on the same page. I'm Kathleen Maloney, Fox News. That's the message from President Trump after meeting today at Mar-a-Lago with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They discussed work on the Gaza peace deal.
There's very little difference in what we're looking at and where we want to be, where we want to go. And so I just want to thank you for spending time.
Speaking alongside the president, Netanyahu telling reporters he plans to award Mr. Trump the Israel Prize.
In almost our 80 years, we've never awarded it to a non-Israeli, and we're going to award it this year to President Trump. This was announced formally over lunch by our Minister of Education.
The Israel Prize is bestowed by the state of Israel and is regarded as the state's highest cultural honor. New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani has been facing criticism after announcing his new fire department commissioner, Lillian Bonsignor, who becomes the second woman and the first openly gay person to be selected for the position. Bonsignor does not have operational firefighting experience. New York City Mayor Eric Adams joined the story with Martha McCallum and was asked his opinion on the pick.
I don't think that's up to me. I think that's up to the people of the city. They elected him to be the mayor. And if he made that decision, that's a decision he's going to have to live by.
Elon Musk on Friday slammed Mamdani for selecting Bonsignor, saying that people will die because of this. The second pilot involved in Sunday morning's helicopter collision in New Jersey has died. Police in Hamilton, New Jersey say Keith Kirsch was airlifted to a hospital following the crash, but he later succumbed to his injuries. The other pilot died at the scene. America is listening to Fox News.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa is hosting a celestial New Year's Eve countdown. This is an open bar New Year's Eve party at the Tree Bar, and tickets are only $60 per person or $100 per couple. DJ Mark kicks the New Year's Eve mix off at 9 p.m., and then it's a night full of raffle prizes, specialty cosmic cocktails, and a grand deal champagne toast at midnight. Dinner patrons at the Hilton that night get discounted no-host bar tickets for only $15. Get tickets at guamtime.net and at the Hilton front desk. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
President Trump is increasing pressure in his campaign against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. The Trump administration's been attacking alleged drug boats off the coast of Latin America in recent months and sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson with the latest.
While greeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, President Trump weighed in on that mysterious explosion in Venezuela. He says the U.S. was responsible.
But there was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs. They load the boats up with drugs. So we hit all the boats, and now we hit the area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement.
Now, after dozens of alleged drug boats have been destroyed in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific by U.S. forces since early September, President Trump has promised for weeks he would begin strikes on land.
China and Russia have been vocal about the U.S. actions in the region, accusing the U.S. of breaking international law after the U.S. seized multiple oil tankers off the coast of Venezuela. The alleged assassin of conservative Speaker Charlie Kirk appeared virtually in court today for a ruling. Fox's Claudia Cohen with details.
Tyler Robinson listened in remotely and off camera from the Utah County Jail, only speaking 3 words, "Yes, Your Honor," when the judge asked if he could hear him. Judge Tony Graff agreed to release a redacted transcript, about a page or so of the 80 pages in all, from a closed-door hearing held on October 24th that focused on courtroom security measures. The judge said releasing this information will not jeopardize the defense's case. In a separate ruling, the judge ordered the lawyers to notify members of the press who've requested it whenever they file a motion to close a future hearing. However, the media will not be able to argue against such motions in court.
Judge Tony Graff said the redactions amounted to 246 words in the 80-page transcript. I'm Kathleen Maloney. This is Fox News.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
Celebrate New Year's Eve at Breezes at the Hyatt Regency Guam. Budweiser and Grey Goose Vodka present the ultimate countdown party with free-flowing drinks and delicious bar bites from 10 p.m. to midnight. Tickets are $70 for adults and $15 for children. Make this New Year unforgettable with the perfect view of Tuma Bay at Breezes, only at the Hyatt Regency Guam. For tickets and VIP table purchases, call 647-1234. Budweiser reminds you that responsibility matters.
Bundle smarter, work better. When you're running a business, every decision counts. Now's your chance to make one that gives you more. For a limited time, get hybrid fiber internet up to 1 gig for as low as $125 a month. Plus, get up to 6 months of free internet and free Samsung Galaxy earbuds when you bundle with Docomo Pacific. Ready to get started? Try our free bundles calculator by visiting info.docomopacific.com/radio25. While supplies last, some conditions apply.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
7 after 9, portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by American President Lines, a global presence with a local home in Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
Get out.
Call now. 888-8255.
So it occurs to me that some of you might be watching the program. And you know, if I got, you know, nothing on the screen, you can see me going over my phone and sometimes laughing out loud, looking off in the direction where Joe is and laughing out loud, and you wonder, who's he talking about that he's laughing out loud with here? In this case, it was Tony Atta. It's true, because you know what? It occurs to me that when we did the greetings this morning, we did not see Tony and Ed on Pinko Atta. So it occurs to me, Real Joe, maybe we have seen the last of Vice Speaker and Pika's favorite funeral home director, Tony Atta. Don't be all sensitive. I try to be an equal opportunity criticizer here, and you know the
equal Cassie.
Yeah. The idea that we're banning an industry that hasn't even gotten started. Nobody's even talking about it here, but we're already going to ban an entire industry, and that's something that could bring jobs to all kinds of young men and women on Guam. They don't want to work in the government. They don't want to work. You know what I like to do? I like to eat octopus. I like to make octopus kelliguen. I like to make the Gibson. Raymond Gibson likes to eat it, and I will make a whole lot of it and sell it to him for a lot cheaper than he can get over at Payless, right? So why are we standing in front of this is the thing. And so it's like, wow, oppose. And then you know what I got this morning in my email?
What?
It's a note from the office of Tony Atta. Vice Speaker Atta opposes.
Oh, nice.
What is it now?
A cease and desist.
What is it? What are we opposing? What is it? No everywhere to everything. Vice Speaker Atta opposes deep sea mining, seeks oversight and community input. I want to be clear. Based on the information available today, I oppose moving forward with deep sea mining in waters affecting Guam and the Mariana Islands. This position is grounded in responsibility. The current process does not demonstrate that the science is sufficient. Like we would know? Do we have, where's the guys from GPA, GWA, UOG? Did they say that? Does not demonstrate that the science is sufficient, the risks are fully understood, or that our community has been meaningfully engaged. I will give you that part. They did not send me anything. Nobody from this mining company has come to kiss my ass. So I don't know. Maybe I should be. Maybe I don't want to be opposed to it.
Not yet. Right?
I want to reserve my judgment until somebody from these mining companies come over to kiss my butt and spend an hour of valuable radio advertising time trying to use this broadcast to convince people that there might be something to this. I think there's a long line of people that are already just on general principles going to oppose this. I would like to be the guy in that long line or adjacent to that long line that says, I recognize that I need to know more about what's going on here. You know, there was an eye-opener because Brad Brasala was in the studio just last week. He was on Guam last week, and he was talking about, you know, they've got some people there that likewise want to immediately oppose it just on general principles. I don't generally like to immediately oppose. I'm sad. I'm a little bit saddened reading about this. I knew him well. We were Rotary buddies for a long time. There's an obit in today's newspaper. I don't generally do obits, but this one here. Bill Thompson, husband of Sentia Sablan Thompson, longtime resident of Guam, former president of Atkins Kroll. Looks like he passed away just before Christmas in Lexington, Kentucky. Born July 31st. Celebrations for Bill will be held on January the 10th in Nicholsville, Kentucky. Want to say that Bill was also one of the first guys that took things over at the Guam International Airport. There was a time, you know, we'd always had obviously a Guam International Airport and a couple of different versions of the one that's there now. And I want to say that he was among the first of the GMs that ran that place, that particular version of the place, and did an outstanding job. I think a lot of the construction and reconstruction. If you look at old pictures of the place going back to the 70s, late 70s, and early 80s, you'll recognize that there had been some work that was done on the facility that is the Guam International Airport. And I want to say it was him, and I also want to say it was followed by Jerry Yingling. Jerry Yingling's name came up in the program yesterday. I was reading, and I didn't. I'm sorry, I should have. I did not do the Facebook version of that survey where you can answer the questions and then see what everybody else has to say.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't able to do that yesterday because I had the tree thing where I had to ask Mr. Uggan from Grounds Tech to come by and basically rescue me. So maybe today I'll get that done. But I had read the survey and different parts of it, and I thought the most interesting parts of the survey were who has apparently thrown their name in the pile of folks that are running for the legislature. Amanda Shelton was on the list of folks running for Congress, as was Mary Torres and Michael St. Nicholas. I saw Mikey a few weeks back at Turay. Joe, what do we know about Turay?
Cameras everywhere.
Even, I took a picture. It was me and Cousin Troy and Mikey. I got pictures of us, but I'm sure there are other pictures of the three of us that were taken by the incredible surveillance system that is Turay. At any rate, so let me see. Do I have this right? Sarah Nedidog? Yeah. Sarah Nedidog, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. No surprise, she's an incumbent. Jesse Lujan, another incumbent. Roy Kinata, who used to work used to be a senator in the legislature, and then people got tired of getting lectured about their sugar, so he got kicked out in the last election. But he likewise got a good job in the government. As I said yesterday, Roy Kinata is the construction czar for Simon Sanchez.
Oh boy.
You better have receipts. If you're running for the legislature again, Roy, you better have receipts. Jerry Yingling, his name is in there, as is Will Parkinson, Joanne Brown. That was interesting. Cousin Fred Berdalio, he's given it a shot before. Tom Adda, who has been in and out of the legislature for as long as I can remember. I think the only time he was out was he actually ran for governor with Lulian Guerrero.
I remember.
Yeah. Their slogan was "Eyes and Ears of Guam."
Yeah.
I get it.
You get it? Okay. And then he got back in there. I would put him in if for no other reason, because I want him to be one of the guys that tries again to bring some common sense into the way Guam does procurement. Alexander Duenas, Ricky Orsini, Vicente Borja, incumbent. Amanda Shelton's name is in there. Donna Munya Kanata, that raised a couple of eyebrows around here. That's not Tina Rose Munya. That is Donna Munya Kanata. Oh, boy, there's going to be some interesting conversations. If she gets in and Tom Adda gets in, they can have some interesting conversations about the Guam International Airport. Maybe even Lotte. We'll throw that in the mix. Dr. Vince Akimoto, Angel Sablan, Brandon the Truth Vera, who's teaching kids at Mount Carmel about Jiu-Jitsu, Joe Areola, Mel Wanpat, who's going to need a job if I have my way and eliminate the, what do you call it? The Decolonization Commission, yeah. Therese Terlahi.
There you go.
Yeah, no, she cannot run for senator because she's going to win governor.
Okay.
Telo Taitagui, Chris Duenas, Sean Gumatautau, Mateo Mortera, John Savares.
There we go.
Rebecca Respicio.
There we go.
It's Rory's sister, Shelley Calvo, Dr. Wen, Charlie Hermosa.
I like that.
And Darrell Chris Barnett, and other that is spent is spelled RAYGIBSON. 9:16 on the Ray Gibson Show. Anthony Bennett says RQ didn't do anything about Simon Sanchez High School. Yeah, but he's got the job now. He's got. That was the last thing that I heard when they were talking about Simone Sanchez out of the governor's office was, I think it was Crystal Paco that was answering a question by referring it to Roy, who was supposed to know all the answers. The opposition to the deep-sea mining sounds an awful like the opposition to small-form nuclear energy reactors, says Jose. This is not leadership. How do we know it's going to be bad? Show me the actual receipts. I want to. Where's the science? Let's have a little bit more of a conversation about this, because I'm wondering, if they're going to be doing this and it's going to be near to us, and even if it's nearer to the CNMI, if it's near to us, they're probably going to need to, all of the equipment that they need is probably going to have to come through here, and our port and our transportation facilities. Before it gets up there, and might have some people that are associated with these mining operations that likewise might want to get off the rig every once in a while. go kick some ass on Guam or someplace like that. Could be and management operations, accounting operations, some of the work that needs to get done. Here's how I want this to play. This is a total Ray Gibson way of playing this. I say we look like we're going to oppose the hell out of this, right? Kind of the way it looks now. But what I'm saying is telegraph a fake punch. Oh no, we hate undersea mining. Undersea mining, that's bad, bad. We don't want any of that for sure. How about you, Saipan? You guys don't want it either, right? And they're like, oh yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that. And we get the Saipanese just all in a tizzy. Oh, underwater, undersea mining, and all that stuff. And then we'll just go, okay, man, we're just kidding. We'll go ahead and take it. We'll go ahead and take it. Put all of the business here, never mind CNMI. That's the way we need to play this. And it could be a real big opportunity. Could be, is it possible that there might be an industry there that keep the lights on Guam, keep people working and getting paid, and taxes floating around in the government in between now and the recovery when we start getting as many tourists as they are in Thailand? How do we encourage those kind of numbers to Guam, Joe? Is there a certain kind?
We need a miracle.
Is there a certain kind of tourist that we ought to try to attract? What is it that people are going to Thailand for? That we might be able to likewise fulfill.
Oh my God, they got those spicy prawns, Ray. They're big prawns.
Spicy prawns. Buddhas. Yes. We need more Buddhas. Tell them,
you do, man.
Hey, a lot of people here are shaped like Buddhas. What do you say?
Our Buddha cries. Tears.
No, I've got a Buddha in my house, in my garden. I've got my mother.
Do you rub its belly?
It's the laughing Buddha. It is the laughing Buddha. It's my favorite one, and my mom had it for a long time. And before she died, I was like, Mom, it's not like I knew she was going to die, but I was like, Mom, can I have that? It would look perfect over at my house, and it did, and it does still to this day. I have a palm that is growing in my side yard garden. And at the foot of the palm is the laughing Buddha, and I cannot be in a bad mood when I see that. So I think maybe we ought to get some more of those things. And we'll just say no. The Buddha actually, he was on Guam, went to school here. Father Duenas, class of 1955.
His parents worked for duty free. It was just passing through.
His dad did sales at Pan Am. Back in the day, that's how we got the Buddhas here. The Buddha, we can make the Familian Buddha. We've got a mayor down south.
That's legends to get people to come.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. All right, so where was I? Need new faces for senators. Some of them only have the two, right? 8888. Okay, wait, just a note. Bro, just a note to my classmate, Frank Blas. Don't read the comments on YouTube today. I'm just saying. I scanned it quickly and got down to this is like scan, roll. Get to the bottom, go find a new comment, and it was from Catherine, who wanted to know. Where is this? I hope Ray does more health segments in 2026. Really?
Is she being sarcastic?
She's got to be.
Oh, my God.
Got to be, Catherine. You got to be. Okay, so, I mean, this is a small talk portion of the program anyway, so what the hell? You don't want, I might do more interviews. I might, because I like getting experts and specialists that fly into Guam every once in a while and talk to them about, latest and greatest. I do enjoy that. And to the degree that I got a whole lot of self-taught health stuff in 2025. I might be able to continue to do that in 2026. Most of the beginning of the year was listening to audiobooks and doing a lot of walking, trying to get my weight down. So when I ran again, it wasn't going to hurt my hips and my knees and my, the whole physical layout of my lower body. That was my goal, to get to running, because when I run, I can lose weight. And so I got into that. And then there's the fasting and a lot of nutrition research that I was able to do. And most of that stopped rapidly. And I'll tell you why, is because they found the calcium in my heart. And, it almost occurred to me a little bit.
I thought you were going to say larceny.
Larceny. No, there's larceny in my heart. Anybody that knows me knows I got a Jimmy Carter level of larceny in my heart. Anybody that's seen my Grok AI candy knows I've got larceny in my heart. But my point is that all of a sudden it wasn't about getting healthy, it started to feel like I better stop scratching around here. I better stop getting the latest and greatest test, because I got what I thought was a latest and greatest test on a low-dose CT scan that showed something that turned out to be the pivotal thought in my head for most of the middle of 2025. And to this day, whenever I'm running really, really fast, I had one of those days. I'm a record mile now. Because I tagged in on
there you go,
one of the races on Saturday.
I got a personal best.
Yeah. But I wasn't actually in the 5K. I just ran at the head of it, and got to the turnaround point and quit. But I get up there and I'm looking at my heart rate on the science watch that I've got, and just go, okay, is it possible one of these days I'm gonna go too fast? And then whatever is in my heart's going to explode, and I'm going to have a heart attack. Just crap that goes into your head. And so I'm no longer looking around at the latest and greatest book to read on lifestyle in my senior citizen age. There might be something interesting that I'll run into, but it's not going to quite be the quest, because I feel like if I keep scratching around, I'll find something that's broken, But I did have a conversation with somebody, and we were talking about on a good day we could probably go head to head on beers consumed per hour.
There you go.
Which should be a good conversation. And that ought to be the thing. What about the poo? Says Jay Dewan. Oh wait, are we still talking about my health? No. Oh, swimming pool.
Okay.
3,053 days since the temporary closure, if my calculations are correct. Where was I? Wait. Okay, but I'm reading some of the comments. Are you Kaduku 671 absolutely on fire? Kathy loves. The interviews are intriguing. Okay, in those segments, even the interview with Patrick Lujan was fun too. Well, thanks. I try to keep them as spacey as possible, right? I think for a lot of people, they're either uncomfortable when they walk into a radio station, even if they've done a million interviews before. It's hard to find interview subjects that are immediately comfortable. So I try to quickly as possible break the ice, get them feeling like I'm not here for an inquisition, and help them out through the process. But thanks, I appreciate that. I always try to do fun interviews because I like to keep myself entertained. Studio time is 9:24 in the morning. 888-8255. There was another story about the hospitality industry, and as I said, if you compare the number of visitors that Guam got in 2025 versus other places, I mean, even the Philippines, almost 4 million tourists go through there, and it is a blossoming tourist location. But the attractiveness of certain Asian currencies and things like that, especially the Japanese yen, is making it so that there's a lot of movement, especially in this area, this Indo-PACOM area that we're at. There's a whole lot of people with some dollars, and they are going out and doing some hospitality and checking out all kinds of locations. Now, can we compete with these guys? Not if we try to do the same thing they're doing, except the Ladyboys thing. I think there might be something to that. Even though I didn't say it, that was the thing.
Yeah.
That was the vibe that was in the room. Maybe if we could have like our own Ladyboy hospitality industry, maybe we could get 11, 12 million tourists as well. So having said all that, there is another opportunity that we might be able to press to bring in some additional business to Guam's hotels and restaurants. Now, I don't know if this is a big money deal. I haven't, it's not one of those things where I've had the opportunity to do the numbers. But there could be, I think, a real opportunity. Are you familiar with the acronym OFW?
OnlyFans?
No. That's this is a relatively common phenomenon, and I know, golly, there's at least 3 people that I know that this has impacted them. There's at least 3 women that I know that are impacted by this, and they at the outside appear single. No husband, no boyfriend, maybe 1 or 2 kids around. And you get into a conversation with them. You say, hey, so you're single? And the answer is, technically, no, I am not. Technically, I am married. This is the Philippines we're talking about. And the husband is a construction guy in Dubai. When was the last time you saw him? 10 years ago.
Wow.
Does he send money? No. Are you in contact with anybody? No. Do you know where his family? No. And you cannot get a divorce in the Philippines. It's against the law. They are a Catholic nation, and they don't do divorce. But what they have found is that they can bring their papers and talk to lawyers here on Guam and get what we used to call, and still do, a quickie divorce to bypass the Philippine laws. The story reads, some overseas Filipino workers, OFWs, are bypassing the Philippines' lack of a divorce law and complex annulment processes by obtaining a quickie divorce in Guam. Attorney Maria Carolina Legarda, a legal expert invited by the Supreme Court to discuss domestic and foreign divorce, shared her experience in Guam. I went to Guam with some friends. We discovered, Your Honor, that Guam has only a 7-day residence requirement, and you can file for a divorce. So many Filipinos who are OFWs were there doing that, Your Honor, and they come back to this country after having obtained a divorce in Guam. And the only requirement there is that the Filipino spouse here has to sign an agreement that they are not objecting to the separation of property and the custody and support of the children. She explained that the couple enters into the agreement because the Filipino spouse consents, and the court typically finalizes the divorce within about 2 months. This is a reality, your lawyer. So if it is deleterious, it is because there is no divorce law. Legarda also said that while the practice is known among Filipinos, it is not disclosed to Philippine courts at this time. But, and so maybe there needs to be a thing, maybe a competition for Pica's best divorce lawyer, Jay Arreola, and start doing just a hell of a lot of marketing out in the Philippines to bring these OFWs. And it doesn't have to be the foreign workers. I mean, the guys, might be the women that, all over the Philippines, Poblacion and places like that in Makati, they go, yeah, I tell you what, I would be a whole lot happier and maybe be able to marry a foreigner, which is big there, I'm told. Somebody said. No, you're looking at me like I'm not being serious about this.
It happens.
I'm totally being, yes, Jay Dewan, the word that, thank you for the, divorce tourism. Divorce tourism. There's...
Nice.
I
divorce on Love Island.
Yes. Well, so that they can be free to find love again, Joey.
Oh, yes, I like that.
There's a
How many kids you got?
There's a Catherine Bernardo movie. Of course there is. There's a Catherine Bernardo movie about that very thing where she is trying to get where she was trying to get
rom-com.
Yeah, where she wants to marry a guy. And then she puts in the paperwork, and she gets the paperwork from wherever it is, the legal eagles in the Philippines. Come to find out that she is still technically married to a guy. Josh is his name in the movie. Dan Padilla. They got drunk and they got married in this mass marriage thing. And she sobered up and completely forgot about it until it was time for her to marry the new guy. He was a rich, bank owner with a house in San Juan and Forbes or something like that.
This is like one of those videos.
It's a great video. It's a great video. It's Can't Help Falling in Love, I think is the name of it. And it's a great show. It's not the one where she says, "I'm not Celine." This is this is how I learned bits and pieces of Tagalog. I watch Filipino rom-coms. Divorce tourism. It could be a thing. Now, once upon a time, and this is before I knew anything about the divorcee wannabes in the Philippines. But once upon a time, and I think it still happens, where in Korea, there's matchmakers. And they say, "Hello, Mr. Air Force, Army, Navy man. How would you like to marry a somewhat beautiful South Korean woman?" And then they say, okay, fine. Make introductions. And then pretty soon there's a deal where, tell you what, you marry this beautiful Korean woman, we'll give you $10,000. And I'm sure that there might be other benefits that accrue to you being the husband of the bride here. And all we want you to do is take her to the States. You can get a divorce after that. And so that was when I was lurking in Korean karaoke bars. when I was lurking in those
Fiancé
places.
visa.
I'm just saying that there were a lot of girls that would help me pick out a song to sing, or get me a new beer or something like that. And she every once in a while there'd be the, hey, there's my husband, and you're like, what husband? No, it's okay. It's just it's arranged. It's arranged. He comes over, visits every once in a while, but he's not my real husband. He's just my husband because I needed to get a green card, and for a long time that was kind of a thing. And so you come to Guam, you do that, you get that quickie divorce. The guy's got $10,000, and he had a pretty girlfriend for a while, and he goes on his way with a divorce under her belt, and she gets to stay in America and maybe open her own karaoke bar. Still, this is not some kind of nobody knows secret. This is everybody knows this secret. Studio time is 9:32 in the morning. Some interesting stuff floating around in my head on the day before, the last day of 2025, and still the question that's in my head, because I honestly I'm thinking about it. There's going to be, and you might even hear it in the Fox News. There's going to be a big deal made about the New Year's ball that's going to drop in New York City. And it will be used again on the 4th of July to mark the 250th birthday of the United States of America. And I'm going, wow, there was a time when it was the 200th birthday of the United States of America. Yeah, I'm old enough to remember that. Many of you are. The bicentennial. And it was Ford was the president, right? But there was as much of a big deal made about that as they could. A little bit tougher because we had Typhoon Pamela to deal with around that summertime. But we were all proud of our role as the place where America's bicentennial begins. And it doesn't feel like we are as proud of being the place where America's, I forget, I'm sure there's a name for it, but 250, what is it? Is a bicentennial something, I don't know. What's the word, Joey?
Quintuplet.
No, it's not.
I don't know.
There's a metric. It's a metric. I don't know what it is. But it doesn't feel like we're like into it, It's like, oh, yeah, our colonizers are having a 250th birthday. Will we celebrate with protests? That happens here in Guam, says Auntie Bennett. Yes, it does. Divorce tourism. Anyway, 9:34 in the morning. So if you know somebody in the Philippines that you got the hots for, but you can't marry her because she's still married to a guy, if she can get on an airplane and come to Guam and stick around here for 7 days in a fancy hotel, maybe something with an ocean view overlooking it, and you guys can hang out together. And where are we sending people today? Reef? Are we sending people to Reef?
Oh, nice.
All right, that's a nice spot. Yeah, go hang out. They got that infinity pool downstairs. You're close to the action, but not like in it. If you know what I mean about that particular area. Or wait, hold on. Tsubaki Tower. I got Tsubaki Tower. Because there's, from the rooms in Tsubaki Tower, nobody else in the other hotels can see what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happens in
privacy.
Tsubaki stays in Tsubaki. So anyway, maybe something like that. Divorce tourism, they got to be here for at least 7 days residency. We'll put them up someplace. We'll eat at Ben and Yan's all the time. Tomorrow Village, hang out. And then the divorce is done. And they might come back, might not come back. Convince them to come back to have your baby. Huh? Anchor baby. So a whole new new world of tours. I'm just saying, there's a box. I'm trying to stay out of it. It's the Ray Gibson Show at 9:35. Is it news time? Let's find out what's going on with our friend Joan Ugg and Chargaloff and everybody in the KUAM TV newsroom. Go.
Buenas and Holiday Guam, I'm Jonagan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Tuesday, December 30th. Strengthening and building better classroom access for deaf and hard of hearing students. The Guam Department of Education kicking off a 2-day training in partnership with the National Deaf Center. Destiny Cruz Angus has that story. You can watch it right now on our KUAM News YouTube channel. Candidates gearing up for election 2026 are being put on notice. The Guam Election Commission can now issue fines of up to $1,000 per violation for late or improper campaign finance reporting following recent changes to Guam law. GEC Executive Director Maria Pangilinan outlined the new enforcement rules during a Tuesday Tuesday night commission meeting, noting this is the first time the agency has had an official fine schedule in place. Under the new rules, late financial reports can trigger daily fines ranging from $25 to $100, while reports are not filed at all can result in penalties of up to $1,000. Filing false reports, using false donor names, or failing to keep required records also carry fines of up to $1,000. You can watch that story right now on our KUAM News at Facebook page. And the very often quoted phrase, "It takes a village to raise a child," is certainly true for our tight-knit island community. And in a community where giving back is at the heart of us all, this is true for a program over the holiday break hosted by some island heroes with Project U. You can watch that story right now with Jason Solis on our KUAM News YouTube channel. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also catch the stream of our newscast on our YouTube channel or Facebook page. And to keep updated, make sure to follow KUAM News on Instagram. Jonagan Charfris, KUAM News.
The clock is ticking, the music is pumping, and we are just days before saying goodbye to this year and hello to a brand new one. Celebrate New Year's Eve with the Countdown Party at the Guam Reef Hotel. New Year's Eve dinner starts at 9 p.m. and will roll on to 12 midnight to greet the new year. Lots of food, live music, dancing, and awesome prizes courtesy of Guam Reef and Budweiser. For details, call the Guam Reef Hotel at 644-3158. Budweiser reminds you that responsibility matters.
Excellent. Report on Twitter. The Department of Justice has officially charged 98 people in relation to fraud in Minnesota. More than 60 have pled guilty or been convicted. You know what that means? Everybody's going. They got to stay. They're going to have to stay here. And they're going to have to stay here. No, and put a finger on who else was in on it. Everybody's going to go state's evidence. Watch how this gets played. There's this kind of interesting. Sorry, I got to put the Twitter down there. I have two Twitters. I've got the serious Twitter, and then there's this weird For You algorithm. And if you know my taste, then you know what that's filled with, and is quite distracting. Where's my meme machine? Stand by. There was a thing that I posted up just real quick, and suggest that maybe this is something that we ought to think about doing here. It's the tax strike rally at all state capitals, and they want to do it this weekend. There's a group of folks, I'm going to suggest they're mostly MAGA and Republicans, that say we want our money back. Inspired by Nick Shirley's expose, and yes, I am jealous. Guy out there, just some YouTuber with one of those DJI cameras and a microphone, starts going around and discovers that there are all of these daycare centers with no kids in them. Nobody. They put the daycare center together, put a sign up on the outside, don't take any customers, but still are getting money from the NGOs, taking that money by the billions and then sending them back to their terrorist friends. And nobody seemed to care in the state, or they cared because they might have been involved. It's going to be fun watching this unravel. Somebody had suggested that one of the things that's going to happen rapidly is all of these daycare centers, all the buildings that they're in. All of a sudden, they're going to be for rent. So if you're looking for some retail space in Minnesota, there are some buildings that are going to be available here very, very soon. I don't know if you're going to do a daycare center, but certainly there's going to be some retail real estate that you might be able to get for a decent amount of money, because now the guys that were increasing the values of the properties because they were rented now don't have any money because they in jail. But the concept is we want the money back. Stand up, speak out, and demand accountability. So they want to have a tax strike rally. Now, I've participated in rallies and demonstrations here on Guam, and as much as I'd like to say, yes, let's do a protest at the governor's office, or the governor's, Adelu, let's do a protest out there and demand our money back from what is obviously, to at least the FBI, some corruption that took place that they have been investigating. And we now have, what is it, the Saki 7?
Oh, yeah.
We got the Saki 7. And it's too bad that they were discovered by the Fed and not necessarily discovered by the people who should have been looking out for all of the missteps that they are alleged to have done while still taking taxpayer money. The sticky fingers that they've got. We ought to, as taxpayers, ask for our money back. We paid for services that we didn't get. And so I'd like to know if we can get that money given back to the taxpayers one way or the other. Yes, we'll do it. We'll give it back to you this way. We'll have another government-wide holiday. That's how we'll return. I'm sure that's the thinking. But I hope that this turns into a big deal, a big spectacle, and mostly because, and it's somewhere near to something that Frank and I were talking about. We have all of these rules and regulations. We have all of these policies and procedures and all of these steps that you've got to take in order to do something that gets blessed by the government. It sprinkles the government fairy dust over it and says, okay, now this is cool, this is legal, you may proceed. But if you don't follow the rules, who checks on you? Who's the one that's checking on you? Does it have to be obvious? Does it have to be blatant? You know, I was asking a question about like public health and social services, right? And they have all these rules and regulations, and when you sign up to get a business license, you got to prove to them that you've got a mop bucket. No, not a bucket. The mop sink.
Yeah.
You got to make sure you got a mop sink here. You got all these hoops that you got to go through, and finally you either just keep doing it until the inspector gets it right. Or you get the easy grader inspector. I think that's the way it works. There's like the hard ones and then there's the easy ones. And you hope at some point you get the easy one that goes, yeah, the door doesn't really have to close all the way. It's all right. Crap like that. And then you never hear from them anymore. You still got to pay. You still got to pay for stuff, but you never hear from them anymore until somebody complains, I found a fly in my salad. There's a pulu hair in my cheeseburger. You know, something along those lines. But and it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of people that are curious enough about what's going on and where there might be gaps in these businesses that are not getting inspected to the degree that they probably should. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of curiosity on that kind of thing. They got to wait until, like I said, somebody complains. So how much are we paying for the government? You'll know soon, because we all got to do our tax paperwork before too much longer. Around here, it's one of those things where everybody kind of hovers over the accountant. When is my paperwork coming out? When's the W-2 so I can go and start filling out the paperwork and get in line for the refund first? I think this year there's going to be a whole lot of that kind of hovering. So if you are the CPA or in charge of payroll in your company, start laying the groundwork now for a lot of maybe more interested employees than have been in the past, because there's all of these new benefits that come from the big, beautiful bill that everybody is now being told will probably see a record amount in tax refunds based on the returns that are going to start getting filed late January. And again, gonna sound the horn, because my guess is that nobody's taking that into consideration. It's right around the corner. They're going to need to start paying tax refunds within, 6 months of the tax filing, the first tax filing? So January, February, March, April, May, June, July is when we're going to need to start seeing those big refund checks for sure going out. I mean, they can do them earlier, but they're going to have to definitely get them out by July or so. Will the government of Guam have the dough that they need to get that done? I know they're going to say, well, we're fiscally responsible. Don't worry about this until somebody like Les Carlson or Ed Burns starts coming around and going, yeah, I heard what Gibson had to say, and we really do need to start taking a look at the finances to make sure that we can cover all of the tax refunds that are going to be coming out. What with the 4.5% business privilege tax that's supposed to be going down to 4%, allegedly sometime around another fiscal year. It's possible that they might be able to cover this with the increase in the minimum wage. To which you say, wait a second, how much of that's going to the government? Well, more than what you're paying right now with your withholding taxes, which is a part of a survey that the Chamber of Commerce has put out. I answered it this morning. No, it's not. Somebody said Wake Island is where America's day begins. No, No, it's got to be on. It's this side. It's not Hawaii.
It's change it to woke.
Because the sun. We're the furthest. We're the furthest away of the United Snakes of America out here in Asia. There's nothing further than where we are. You get past us, and it's the Orient. Where was I? Hold on a second. Let me find the link. Somebody said, the Chamber's survey on minimum wage. Here, Catherine Castro, if you're listening, we don't need a survey of business people for the minimum wage. There needs to be a survey on the minimum wage conducted over at the legislature. That's where the bill is. All right, ask you, what kind of business do you operate? How many employees do you have? How would an increase in the minimum wage impact your business? If the minimum wage were increased by $1 per hour, how would your business likely respond? Increase prices? That'll go over good with our customers. Reduce staff or cut hours? That'll be a great thing for morale. Automate or change operations? A lot of businesses are looking at automation technology, maybe even AI. Or we would absorb the cost if we could. Compared to current economic conditions, do you believe Guam businesses can absorb additional labor costs at this time? My guess is the answer would be no. This would probably be the equivalent of bayoneting the survivors of the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration by one last time. Let's go ahead and stick it to the businesses and make it that much more expensive for them to do business on Guam. What do you believe is a fair hourly minimum wage for Guam? And I will respond this way, because they're giving you numbers, $9.25 or $10 or $11 or $12 or other. I put down other because it depends. What is this job worth? What's the job worth? You got somebody that sweeps the floor in the building, and it doesn't require any special education, any special skills, any special talent or anything. It just needs you to sweep up the floors. And that might not even be worth $9 an hour. That might not be anywhere near that. That's what I think the job should be worth. I want to negotiate with the guy. How much you willing to come and sweep the floor every day? And maybe he's going to get a few hours a week doing that. Certainly not a full-time job. Certainly not. But I think it would be an opportunity for a gig worker. You know what? How about this? I'll come in every other day, and I'll sweep the floors, and I'll clean the toilets, and check the air conditioner, and make sure that that's... No, you got to do that. You got to check the air conditioner thing. You got to clean the filter every once in a while, right? And to which I'd say, okay, that might be worth, for me, $50 a week. And I will pay you $50 a week for the job. If it takes you an hour to do, lucky you. If it takes you 10 hours to do, well, lucky me. I'm getting a bargain. And I think that's one of the reasons why conversations about the gig opportunities is so big around here. 38th Guam Legislature, blah, blah, blah. Do you agree with tying the CPI to the minimum wage? To which I said no. In years when the CPI decreases, the minimum wage will stay at the current rate. What is your opinion on this? To which I responded, doesn't seem fair, does it? So when the CPI goes up, then we're going to change the minimum wage. But when the CPI goes down, we're leaving it where it is. Well, again, I want to go back to tell me what the job is worth. So it doesn't matter to me what I have to say about that or whether my peers in the business community have to say about an increase in the minimum wage. It really depends on what the 15 people over at the legislature have got to say about it, reminding them that it is an election year, which means that they're going to pander to the largest base that they can possibly get. We don't do a good job of, how do I say this, politically motivating our employees. The ones that have an interest in seeing these things happen are generally government employees. So it's possible that while we'll get many nodded eyebrows and concerned rhetoric about the minimum wage, at the end of it, I'm thinking 7, 8 o'clock at night, Friday, on a 3-day weekend, that's when they'll vote. And they'll vote to pass a higher minimum wage for
concert happening somewhere else,
there's,
right?
Yes. Yeah,
It's
and
a
then
live concert happening.
we gotta, and I gotta get on an airplane. 19 states are in line for a raise when minimum wage increases take effect on New Year's Day. Florida, Alaska, Oregon are increasing their minimum wages later in the year. And for the first time, there will be more workers in states with a minimum wage of $15 an hour or higher than those with the federal minimum wage of $7.25. So there we go. There's lots to be said about the conversation on minimum wage. Yep, start a cleaning business, says Jerome. That might be able to do it. Seniors will be entitled to $6,000 credit, says Jerome. Yep. So I'm a senior. I don't know if I qualify as a senior into the terms of the 1080 form, the 1040. I don't know, 1040, 1080, 1,000, whatever it takes. I forget. I think I got to be 65, right, before I'm considered a senior for the purposes of taxes.
I don't know. I stopped paying taxes.
But
they're just stealing our money, Ray.
Right. I'm
Stop paying taxes.
9:52. Oh, a health segment, Catherine. Shall we? Health segment. All right. Let's see what they're going on about. It's listen to The Economist. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Is that tongue in cheek? You guys wait till I get all philosopher on you. All right, you wanted a health segment. The wellness craze is spilling into a wellness. Oh my God, one of my favorite phrases. Clothes and shoes that promise mental clarity and even better skin. According to Axios, Nike will release its first neuroscience-based footwear in January. It's called the Nike Mind 001 and 002, respectively, a chunky mule and sneaker with bright orange foam nodes of varying sizes dotting the sole. Nike said the shoes, which will start at $95, sharpen the wearer's senses, potentially increasing focus. Coperni, a Parisian fashion brand, sent a subline of athleisure called C+ down the runway at the Paris Fashion Week this fall. The belted leggings, top, and bodysuit were all made of fabric embedded with bacteria that the company says helps rejuvenate the skin and boost radiance. We've got shoes that will increase your focus and sharpen your senses, and clothes that will... Okay, that's where America's headed, ladies and gentlemen. Studio time is 9:53. Who's on the phone?
Carl, the most dangerous man in the room.
Calling late as usual. Yeah. Buenas and have a day, Carl. What's on your mind, buddy?
Good morning, Ray.
Hey.
Yeah, I caught some of your comments about the minimum wage, and this just illustrates why I keep harping on this about going back to the part-time legislature, which would incentivize people who have built things and are, have successful careers to run, because they don't have to give up their career. They can, the part-time legislature just meets periodically to craft and pass legislation. Out of the 50 states, only 10 have a full-time legislature. 26, more than half, 26 of them have a part-time legislature. 14 have a hybrid. And we need to get people in there that have actually run things, successfully managed and built businesses, and understand about the minimum wage and its effect on business. It destroys jobs at the lower end, because in order to survive, these businesses, they either cut jobs, they cut hours, they automate. They have to survive, or else the last option.
Yeah, I got a 24-hour day operation here, and on most of the stations, I might have maybe one or two people working that day on the station, and not full time either.
Exactly.
Everybody's got other duties one way or the other, because that's the way it is. Now, when I was getting started, I was 16 years old, and I got paid whatever Ed Poppy thought was the going rate for a DJ back in those days, and it was minimum wage, probably. I don't think I was able to get much more of a premium on that until the guys over at KUAM heard that Bill Gibson's son was doing radio, and they hired me, and I think they gave me another 25 cents an hour than what I was getting paid over at K Stereo, and I stayed there for a long, long time until I found a better shift, which was the whole idea. But now, if you're asking me if I would hire a 16, 17-year-old kid to do weekend radio hell no.
Exactly.
Yeah, not for $10 an hour, not for $11 an hour. You don't know how to do anything. How do I know I can trust you with the equipment? How do I know you're going to show up to work on time?
Personally, I think that if anyone is going to run for the legislature or governor, they should be forced to read and take a test on Thomas Sowell's classic book, and it's 5th edition now. It's got over 4,000 reviews, 91% positive on Amazon. Basic Economics, and I've got a copy of it. It's not the kind of book, to me, unless you're really, really fascinated with economics, that you buy and read, because it's a pretty thick book. But it's one of those things that you can put on your shelf, and then when the issue being discussed in the public, the topic of interest is, for example, minimum wage, you go to the index and look up what does Thomas Sowell say about the minimum wage.
Yeah.
You read real fact-based and logic-based information on, excuse me, someone's passing in the front of the house.
Shoot him.
Got a dog alarm going on.
He's in your cartilage.
Yeah.
Cartilage.
But yeah, they need to understand basic economics, and for anyone that's really interested in it, that is a fantastic reference book to keep on your shelf and just pull down whenever the topic is being discussed. For example, inflation, minimum wage, whatever. It's a great book.
All right. Well, I'll keep my eye out for it. Here's what my observations over the years is wages will go up. The hourly wage will go up to whatever it is that the legislature, whoever puts it, but the number of hours worked will go down, and the earnings will either go down with them or stay the same. If the numbers do, by some miracle, go up, it's more of an increase for the government, and that's the way. That's one of the things that I made in the point that I made in my response to the Chamber's query. I said in order to make things easier for the government, for the private sector, I think there needs to be a companion credit because that you are going to get should be companion credit to the amount of money that the government will see as an increase in the withholding taxes. You follow where I'm saying? So you get the minimum wage goes up, the withholding taxes are likewise going to go up as well. And it seems to me that the government shouldn't be making any additional money on minimum wage increases for the poor slobs that are earning minimum wage. You follow? So if I've got to pay an additional withholding tax because of an increase in the minimum wage, give me a credit against that as the business. So I will be able to maintain hours. Well, I'll be able to maintain my margins close to where they are right now. Otherwise, the business owners and the management's going to be left holding the bag.
Yeah, this full-time legislature we've got, it incentivizes people who want to be career politicians, and some of them, most of them, I think, their sole experience is pretty much in the public sector, in the government. They have no empathy for running even a small business and trying to meet payroll and trying to, prevent bleeding red ink all over the place. They just have no empathy for it.
To the degree, sorry, Carl, I'm almost out of time. I'll finish this up. But to the degree that they've responded to the crisis in the private sector in this community, especially the hospitality industry, I've got to agree that they are absolutely clueless about where the golden goose is that has kept this island afloat for the last 50 years. I got to break away. You have a fantastic rest of your day. Call earlier tomorrow, all right?
All right.
Love hearing from you, Carl. KUSG got you 93.3. This is The Point. Happy New Year's Eve.
D3. Preserving the peace in the Middle East. I'm John Saucier, Fox News. President Trump says Hamas must disarm soon or face severe consequences. Fox's Jared Halpern with more from Washington.
Hamas will be given a very short time to disarm, President Trump says.
If they don't disarm, as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay.
The president offering that warning following a meeting at Mar-a-Lago with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on implementing the second phase of the Gaza ceasefire.
A lot of good things are happening in the Middle East. We have peace in the Middle East, and we're going to try and keep it that way. I think we will be very successful in keeping it that way.
President Trump did note one area of disagreement with Netanyahu, the West Bank, where Israel has approved additional settlements over the objections of Western allies. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
From Israel to Iran, that country reportedly developing chemical and biological warheads for its ballistic missiles. President Trump spoke to reporters before his meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, says the United States will attack Iran if their nuclear program continues.
Now I hear that Iran is trying to build up again, and if they are, we're going to have to knock them down. We'll knock them down. We'll knock the hell out of them, but hopefully that's not happening.
According to Iran, international missile infrastructure has been